Hello everyone and welcome to the Fishpartners Open Chess Tournament here in Spakenburg. This is a rapid chess tournament where a lot of grandmasters are participating in, as well as a very unique element we have in this tournament is that there are computers participating. So it's super awesome tournament. I played this tournament a few years back and I didn't manage to play one of the computers, but every single year the computers change. So in this year there are different computers playing, and I believe the highest rated computer this time is 2450, which is lower, more weak than it usually is. Oftentimes we have computers rated 3000 or 2700 or 2800, something like this. But this time, the highest rated computer is 2450, which is the Millennium Chess computer. So, yeah, I'm super excited to the commentary here, live at the venue. The venue is special because I'm looking at a football court. Is it called a court? So that's why, I'm basically in the commentary booth of when a football match is happening here. It is the football club VV IJsselmeervogels, I believe. It's a local club here. So yeah, it's super awesome to be here. And yeah, usually there's I don't think they use cameras over here because there's a lot of equipment here. But yeah, here I am. That is why probably there's a mess going on behind me that they don't show during commentary, but today we are, and that's okay. But isn't that cheating? So the way that it works is that there are computers playing, which sounds funny, right? But they are basically operated by an operator. There's someone in charge of it that is usually the owner of the computer. So yeah, it's super awesome. It's super awesome. And the games have already started, by the way. We were a little delayed because I had to set everything up still. But the tournament is 7 rounds Swiss. And the time control is 22 minutes. That's it. 22 minutes. If you lose by flagging, if you lose on the clock, you lose. You don't get increment. So you have to use your time well. And we have a lot of interesting players. As you can see, Luc van Wely is currently playing. We have Grandmaster Dimitri Reinderman. We have Grandmaster Ulf Andersson. And we have also the legend, Grandmaster Jan Timman, who is probably using this tournament as a preparation for the Dutch Championship that he is also participating in. We have Grandmaster Thomas Beertsen, Grandmaster Alexander Gebuadze, and we have so many more strong players here. So super exciting event. Hope you guys are as excited as I am for this, especially because, okay, we have a lot going on today. Especially because not only do we have so many strong players participating, we have computers going on here, but I have a stack of books right here. And they are all from one person. For example, The Longest Game by none other than Jan Timman. And what do we do with these books? Well, we are going to take a look at the games. Well, we try to cover all the games one by one. And then afterwards, every single round, we collectively are going to decide who is going to win the chess book for the best game of the round. And these chess books will be signed by Jan Timman himself. So, yeah, even more reason to be participating here. Well, this was announced. Well, I don't think the participants actually know about this because it's a very new decided thing. So the participants have a chance to win this chess book, and I have a lot more books over here that will be signed by Jan Timman himself. So you guys also have something to do now. You guys also have to follow along so we can all collectively decide who deserves the prize for every single round. So yeah. So anyway, without further ado, everyone, let's get right into the games. Before we check at the actually, let's go to the live games. So let's see. We have on board one Luc van Wely against Sjaak van de Groep. And currently in this position, what is going on? Looks like Black is doing pretty well, pretty active pieces, at least the queen over here. The knight can jump to b3 or c4, but yeah, I feel like White can push the pawn to e5 and create play this way, control d4 square. So this game, it looks very interesting, but nothing too crazy has happened just yet. Let's quickly look around at the other games. This is Dimitri Reijnteman against Arie van Diermen, and here White simply seems to be winning. Rook h6, attacking that pawn on f6. The sixth rank feels like it's falling apart slowly. And also there's a passed h-pawn, so I think the Grandmaster with the white pieces will know what to do here. Let's quickly move on to the next one. So by the way, we have 10 live boards. So we have 10 games to go through every single round to determine who is going to win the book. Of course, the computers are not going to win the book, I think. I mean, imagine if the computer wins and then maybe the operator will go home with this book. That is something we did not think about, I think. So we'll see. But I believe only two computers are on live boards. Okay. Anyway, so then we have Ulf Andersson against Guido de Rompf. Guido is actually used to be the captain of my previous chess club, En Passant. And yeah, he's super awesome. Let's see how he's holding up against Ulf Andersson, the one and only. In this position, the pawn on a5 seems to be captured on the next move. There's no way for White to defend that pawn, but at the same time, White still has some activity. The pair of bishops is looking pretty strong. The queen can go to h5. Maybe you can play some e4 and create some activity this way. But for now, the pawn is under attack. The knight on c3 is also under attack. I'm not entirely sure if you want to allow this, and your pawns will be really weak on the queen side. So yeah, I would say the biggest concern here for Guido is the time management, because 6 minutes on the clock against 14 is not a lot. And by the way, we do not have any increments, so you have to play super fast here and to not get flagged. If the computer wins the book, they should update its strength. Alright, let's go to the next game. We have Jan Timman against Olaf Vlieger. What is going on in this position? We see that, okay, Jan is just up a piece here against the pawn. So that seems to be completely winning. Should not be too difficult for Jan. We have Thomas Beerten, who already won against Emile Cardon. So that seems to have been a very smooth game for Thomas Beerten. Next game is Gebuadze against Stam, Bart Stam. What is the situation here? Seems like Black is up material, at least one pawn at first glance. And Black is in charge of the queen side, but how do you actually make progress there? I guess you can simply play queen c6, take the pawn on a4 after moving the knight, of course. So yeah, I feel like technique is required to win this, but for a grandmaster that should not be very difficult, and being up a pawn also helps a lot with that. So let's go into the next game. We have Kaspar Kruijf against Manuel Bosboom. We're just speedrunning through the games to see what's going on as of now, but we'll try to focus more on the games as the games proceed, because this is a rapid time control, 22 minutes for each side. A bit unusual time control, honestly. Usually it's either 20 or 25 or 20 plus something, 15 plus 5, but here it's 22 minutes flat. That's it. So here, let's see what's happening. A quick first look. I really like white's position. Black is very passively placed, but where do you throw the punch here with white? And I think what Manuel is going for here is rook h1 to prepare h5 and somehow launch an attack on the king side, or at least attack that pawn on e5. So, yeah, not looking great for black, but maybe black can somehow activate the pieces and find compensation. But this is looking very good for for white, sorry, and should not be very difficult for Manuel to find a way to proceed here. First on summary, Rika Play is getting destroyed by GMs. Exactly, this is how it goes with the Swiss tournament. We have, I believe we have around 70 participants here. We have exactly 70 participants. So, yeah. Let me quickly take a look, guys. I think we have some lag going on. I wonder where this is from. Maybe I should turn this off. Let me quickly take a look if I can fix that real quick. If I can fix any lag issues. Okay, I think it's fine now. Let me, by the way, open the door. It's getting very warm inside here. I don't want to disturb the place, but I think they can't hear me. They should not be able to hear me, so we'll see. Yeah. Yeah, this tournament gets fully booked really quickly, so if you want to participate in this tournament next year, make sure that as soon as it's announced to be ready to sign up and, to participate, because this tournament is a really famous tournament and well-known one, so everyone loves to participate here, especially because the sponsor, Fishpartners, is providing fish at this place. I believe every participant gets free fish, free kibbeling, as we call it. We also have herring, and of course we have fries for those who don't like fish. So yeah, anyway, this position we already discussed. Okay, so Mano did not go for the move h5, but instead is trying to get on g5 to put pressure on that pawn on e5. Let's go to the next game, John van der Wiel against Burg de Man. What is going on here? Okay, black is completely winning here. This is definitely resignable. Too many pawns for black on the board. An extra bishop, that is completely winning. Maybe this was already resigned but not registered on the board. It's very possible as well. Then we have in this game, Millennium Chess Computer against High Score Heuveling. By the way, the computers all get the black pieces. They don't get to play with the white pieces. The computers always play with black, just so you know. So rook c4 check. What is going on here? The position, I would say that... Okay, I was going to say that white is just fine until I realized that there is a rook hanging and it's check. So this is completely lost for white, of course. And then we have in this game, the computer beat Willem. I cannot read this name. Maybe it's Greenbauer. I am not sure what the... Maybe I can look it up in chess results. Oh, not here. Wrong tab. Grunbauer. Found it, thank you. Willem Grunbauer. Got it. Okay. Alright, anyway. The computer won here. Let's go back to the game between Luc van Wely against Jacques van der Groep. Very positional game here. Looks a lot like the French, but it did not start as a French, which is interesting. But white is going for an attack on the king side with f5, and that could be very interesting. It's hard to see how black can make progress on the queen side. Knight c4 is a nice attempt because if your opponent takes that knight, you can take with the b pawn and then put pressure on that weakness on b2. It does seem as if white does not really have any other option than taking, because the pawn on b2 is hanging as well. So you'd have to take on c4 and then somehow find a way to defend that. But at the same time, white does have the move f5, and that could lead to complications. So this game is getting interesting. However, we do have to know that white is down to 3 minutes, so time is going to be very important here and difficult to take care of. Let's see. In this game, it seems like black lost here. I don't think it was actually a flag. I think it was simply resignation, because after bishop takes c5, there's rook takes f6, and you lose the piece, the bishop on c5. So next game is the game between Ulf Andersson and Guido. This game is still ongoing, I think, but white is already down a pawn. And with pretty much... Oh, actually also a piece. Oh, I think it was actually resigned here because white missed that they're losing the piece. Okay, that's very unfortunate. It happens. It happens, especially if you're down on the clock by a lot. Next game. Alright. Yeah, this seems to be over as well. White is checkmating very soon. So I think this was actually resigned already. Let's go to the next game. Bishop h3 played. Let me double check this. I believe there are 5 computers participating. I think one computer dropped out or something, but we have, I think, 5 computers playing. But I think one computer had to drop out because the operator could not be present here. So yeah. Anyway, bishop h3, very strong move. The king will have to capture the bishop, and then you can take the knight, and this king on h3 does not look safe whatsoever. Even computers drop out. It happens. There you go. So knight e4 covering the check, and that knight is significantly better than this bishop here. If white plays bishop g2, black has a beautiful checkmate, queen h5. So you can't play this move whatsoever, and yeah. White is just simply going to lose this game sooner or later. His pawn can be pushed to g5, g4. We can move the queen around. We could move the king back just to get out of the pin. And then we can move the knight to f2 and then checkmate on g4. So many ways for black to win this. I don't expect Alexander to have a lot of trouble with that. How is this game going? Between Manuel Bosboom and Kaspar Krav. Bishop f7. Ooh. Nice sacrifice by Manuel, who is capturing that pawn because after knight takes f7, h takes g6, and you are capturing on f7. And just to illustrate what happens after knight takes, pawn takes, the king goes here, pawn takes. You can't take the pawn because then rook g7 and you lose the knight on c7. So that's why you can't take that pawn. But if you don't take the pawn, well, you're gonna get checked. And then if you don't take again, then there's going to be a queen promotion. And if takes again, then rook g7. So that's why bishop takes f7, very strong move. Threatening bishop takes g6 as well, because if you take, you simply lose the rook on e4. So that's why black is in huge trouble here. And you can almost argue this is resignable. Also, h6, g6 is checkmate. So yeah, this is a very rough position for Kaspar. In this game, I think it was resigned already, so that is a nice win for John van den Wiel. This game probably also resigned, but we don't see the result on the screen, so I don't see the result, and I only see clocks, which usually implies that the game is still ongoing. This game is still ongoing. Sjaak van de Groep against Luc van Wely. But this is okay. I don't. Is it actually ongoing? I think it's just completely lost. Lots of cheering. If you hear any noise in the background, it's because we are at, I think it's a sports complex, and a lot of people are doing sports on Saturday. It's not happening right in front of me, but I think it's happening somewhere outside or like nearby, like around here. But right in front of me, I'm looking at a football field. It's right here in front of me. If someone were to be playing football here, I would be able to see and commentate on that. But today we are commentating on chess. This is a special commentary booth for when a football match is happening, and it's actually super awesome to be here. I wish you could see the computer person playing OTB. You mean the operators? Yeah. So they did tell me that if you want to like show around, sure, but I will not be able to do that right now. So yeah, it would be fun to like just give you an overview, like what's going on, like move around with my phone. We could try to make it happen, but I would need to take a few seconds for that. But we can try to make something work. The problem is I have never been able to make Video Ninja work on my end. So sounds tricky. The organizers told me like, if you want to like show around, feel free. But yeah, I could like show you around what it's like in a playing hall. Make a vlog. I could. If I wasn't commentating. I think all the games pretty much finished. So all the GMs basically won their games. No big surprises so far. This is also resigned. King h8 indeed. Stepping out of the pin as I said, and soon checkmate follows. I believe all the games finished up this round. Well, guys, now it's on us. Who is going to win the best prize? Sorry, there's like all sort of people walking around. Who is going to win the first book of the round? We have to decide. As we follow 10 games. A lot of them finished really quickly because, of course, it's this is how it goes in Swiss. First 3 rounds, the weaker players play stronger players, and it's always like a big skill disparity. But we have to decide. Okay, let's quickly scroll through the games. What happened? I believe this was decided pretty abruptly with knight f5. Yeah, that was a bit too much. Okay, I think this one is not going to be in contention for the prize. Let's quickly scroll through the moves right now. Yeah, I also think the person that put up the biggest fight of the round should deserve the prize. This was a free piece, unfortunately. Olaf Vlieger survived for 33 moves against Jan Timman. Let's see. Okay, this was also a... This also ended pretty abruptly. Alright. Quickly going through this. Bishop takes f7. Yeah, this game was really good. I think this game was really good indeed. That bishop takes f7 move was really nice. It would be nice to give the book to one of the weaker players for their effort and fight against the stronger players. This is, I would say this one is, for Manuel, this would be a big chance. I would nominate him. He would be one of the nominees. This game, what happened here? That was also... Oh, that's unlucky. Yeah, that is a free piece, huh? Yeah, we see a lot of free pieces in the first round. It happens. Chess is tough. Oh yeah, this was unstoppable, right? This was unstoppable. If you play knight c3, then queen takes a3, loses the bishop. Alright. This I feel like was a good fight. I feel like white put a good fight in this game. The next one. Okay, this seems... Let's see. This seems good too. Ooh. Theory. Interesting. Rook takes d6. Was that necessary? Probably not, but... Okay. Those were the 10 games, guys. Who do we think deserves the prize the most? I want to give it to someone that put up a good fight. But we can't give it to a computer, and we also can't... I would say Manuel has a really good chance. The computer deserves. The weaker players did not impress us very much in the first round. That makes things a little difficult. Winning of the game? I think there's not like a fixed... I think I can be very flexible with the reasoning. I can be flexible with the reasoning who wins the prize. I'm in charge of it. I just have to write down names. Yeah, bishop takes f7 is really nice. I have trouble finding a better reason. In the other games. I have trouble finding a better reason. It would be ironic to give the longest game to the player that actually played the longest game. But I only have... So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7 books over here. 7 books. He loved that idea. Didn't have very long games in this round, but that makes sense. The old legend Jan Timman is playing indeed, and we also have Ulf Andersson playing also legend, and we also have this book over here, Timman's Triumphs. Triumphs? My 100 best games. I think we will decide afterwards who will win which book. I have 7 books over here, so, and I think some of them are double, so yeah. I did not get to play Bughouse yesterday, no. Let's see if round 2 is already set. Round 2 should start very soon. Round 2 should start very soon. Let's take a look if we have updates on chess results. Let's see if we have any surprising results. Ooh, we have a draw. We have a draw. A 2100 rated player drew an 1800 rated player. So that is one surprising result. If I quickly take a look. Win, 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 win. Okay, these are all very logical. And why is the tournament named after Stockfish? I believe Fishpartners is the sponsor of the event, and they are providing fish. They are offering us, the players and everyone involved, they offer us fish, free fish for everyone. So, yeah. It's a really awesome tournament. Okay, other than the draw, I don't see any surprising results in the first round. So that means, oh, I just closed all my tabs. Let's not do that. Oops. Alright, we're back. Okay. So yeah. Hunter Wiz, thanks for the raid. Thanks so much for the part. 29 people. Hope you had an awesome stream. Thanks so much. Welcome to Fishpartners Open. I'm currently in Spakenburg, which is nearby Amersfoort. It's in the middle of the country, in the Netherlands. And we are here commentating on a rapid chess tournament. This tournament is very special because it's not just any rapid tournament. It's a rapid tournament where GMs are playing, but also computers. We have a number of computers participating here, and they are facing some of the players. So this is within the rules because the people that sign up to this tournament know in advance that they are facing a computer. There's an operator that makes the moves that is provided by the computer in question. And the strongest computer in this event is the Millennium Chess computer, estimated to be 2450. Free fish, that is something. Yes, yes, yes. I did not get some fish yet, no. But I will later. I will later. We have, I believe at the round 3, we have lunch break. So that's the time to get the fish. Not 100% sure, Flying Fools. I know that Millennium Chess is like actually a product, I think. But yeah, the computers that are playing, Millennium Chess computer Novak Diablo, and so I think we actually have 4 computers playing. Cytec Renaissance Spark, rated 2200, and CXG Sphinx 40, rated 1720. And that computer actually lost their game. So yeah, so far the computers, 3 of the computers won the first round. One of them lost. So makes sense. Thanks, Patrick. Thanks. Fish for lunch, yes. Not every day you get to commentate on tournaments with computers and fish. True. True. It's a very unique event. I played in this tournament a couple years back and really loved it. Unfortunately, didn't get to play against one of the computers. Also, usually the computers are much stronger. They try to switch up the computers every year because, you know, there's so many computers out there. Why not? But I didn't get to play against the computers, so that was very unfortunate. But I do remember playing Lucas in the first round, and I was doing really well until I wasn't. I think I was like close to flagging and flagged or something like this, and then my position collapsed, but I was doing really well in the first round, so yeah. Anyway, let's see if we have the pairings up for round 2. Yes, we do. Okay, we still have a big skill disparity between the players on the top boards. Luke Famedi is facing Andries Dekker, who's rated 2090. And we have Wouter Terlouw against Dimitri Reinderman. Wouter is rated 2100. And yeah, we're basically having 2000, 2100s on the top boards now, but facing the gyms. But yeah, we never know. It's always possible to have surprising results still. I believe this tournament is not rated. Usually the rapid tournaments in Netherlands are not rated. It's just for fun, to win prize money, to win any prizes, to eat fish, for example. So, okay, there we go. The games have started, everyone. We have the games on the screen. Yeah. Oh yeah, we did not. Ultimately, I think we're going for Manuel Bosbo in the first round. Do I have something that I can write on? I hear someone outside. Alright, let me make a note of this. Let me quickly make a note of this so I can remember this. Okay. Okay. I'll discuss this with the organizers if we decide to give it to Manuel, because it's a tough decision, but yeah, right on my palm. Alright, so round 2 has started, everyone. Let's take a look at round 2. Now we can actually take a look at the games one by one with a lot of time. So yeah, we can watch this in peacefully. Let's take a look. This game is actually in a really interesting... It got it to a really interesting position. 97 and H4. So H4 is a new move. I am not entirely sure what the idea is behind this move in this line, because it seems like you're focusing on the queens, in the center here. The pawns in the center, they need some support. Usually I think you want to go for F4 instead. But H4, I guess, could also be interesting, and it throws your opponent off for sure. So, yeah. Let's see what the plan is of Luke. Yeah, H4 is very typical to face it with H5, but I think in this case it is weakening a lot. You see, the pawn on H5 is hanging now. You have to play the move G6, and then your dark squares are so weak. So definitely something that you don't really want to play so easily, and you may want to stick to H6 instead, because if the pawn gets to H5, as long as it doesn't get to H6, it's fine. So yeah, looks very interesting so far. Let's take a look at Wouter Terlouw against Dimitri Reinderman. I see a rook on H7. Wait, F5. Okay, this is classic a Dutch defense. G5, E3. So this is a funny line where if you take the bishop, you get checkmated. So don't do that. Rook H7 instead. Okay, that's... I don't think that was necessary. But I guess Dimitri knows what he's doing, right? And Rook H7 is a very unusual move. But I guess Knight F6 would have made a lot of sense to just develop and... yeah, maybe he's not planning to go castle short at all. So... anyway, Rook H7, Bishop G3, E6, Knight C3, Knight F6, H4, G4, Knight G2. And now... black has a lot of advances made on the king side, but yeah, what's next, right? I guess it's still very early to call anything, but I would rather take the white pieces here. I don't feel comfortable with the black pieces here. This rook feels misplaced. The king doesn't feel safe. The pawns are advanced a lot, so let's see how this game will develop, but for now I really like white's position. It's a Ginger GM Dutch line. Interesting. So it's very well known, huh? Interesting. Knight h5 on the board. I guess there's some hidden secrets going on in this one, so yeah. Okay. Board 3, Rafael Gaudriaan against Ulf Andersson. What's going on here? We have the Queen's Gambit declined. Early c5. c4 push. Usually you don't want to push c4 that easily, but I guess in this situation it makes a lot of sense, because if you take on d4, then you will end up with an isolated queen's pawn, and this looks like a bad scenario for black, because the white bishop will go out to b5, and it will be very difficult for black to properly develop and play around this weak pawn on d5. So if you go back, it makes sense to play c4, because you don't want to allow d takes c5 so easily. So yeah, c4, bishop e2, bishop e7, short castle, and b3. This is very typical, attacking that pawn on c4, because if pawn takes, you can simply take with the queen, attacking the pawn on b7, and you're happy with your position. You're happy about that. So after b3, the pawn is under attack, and black doesn't really have much else here. You can try to defend the pawn, but it's not that easy. It's not that easy to handle this position. Don't try this at home. True. That opening is definitely a do not try this at home situation. Alright. We have on board 4, we have Jan-Jaap Jansen, who is actually the tournament director of the Dutch Championship, and also the tournament director of the tournament that I commentated on last. So it was really nice meeting him, and to mention that I'm commentating in another tournament. But yeah, he's really awesome, and it's great that he is the tournament director of the Dutch Championship. But he's now facing Jan Timman. So this game is going to be very exciting. Let's see how it started. Knight f3, d5, e3, c4, g6, takes. Classic. What is it? I won't want to say Grunfeld, but c takes e5, knight takes d5 is very unusual. d4, knight c3, okay, bishop c4, knight b6, bishop b3. And now knight d7, okay. So black sacrificed the pawn, but is going to win that pawn back. Now knight takes c5, okay. So white is doing pretty well, I would say. The knight on d5 is pretty active, but probably will not last for long over there. But maybe knight c7 can be played soon, and the knight can reroute one or the other. But maybe it takes a couple of more moves. In the meantime, the knights on c5 and c6 are very strong. Bishop is extremely strong, stopping the bishop on c1 from developing, and black can soon play rook d8 and activate the rook this way. So very interesting position so far. I like to see that the weaker player is holding on pretty well. So let's see how long Jan-Jaap can survive for, or if Jan-Jaap can maybe even make a surprise happen. That would be so awesome. Let's take a look. In this game, we have Thomas against Laurens van Tillert. And what's going on here? It started off as Sicilian with knight f6, which is called the Nimzowitsch variation. e5, knight d5, knight c3, takes d5, take, bishop f4, alright. Looks all very normal. Knight c6, queen d3, take, long castle, knight e5, bishop d7. So this is the current position. So all these moves look very normal to me. I guess the question is, are the pair of bishops better? Are the pair of bishops of black better than the knight and bishop of white combination? I don't think so. I think the bishops of black are very passive and don't really have much prospects, whereas this knight can jump around quite a bit and cause a lot of damage to those pawns on the queen side. So I really like white's position, but of course it requires a lot of work and effort to try to make to make something happen here. So I really like white's position though. Let's get some water. So d4 is played, but yeah, it's clear that the pawns of black are not the greatest, and I guess black should consider castling, but at the same time, if you castle kingside, then you will expect Harry to move forward and start harassing the king side. So yeah, c3 makes actually a lot of sense because of course that pawn is pinned. If you take, you lose the bishop on d7. So now there's simply a pawn hanging. Black could play the move f6, and I guess it would be losing the pawn, so if you make the move on the board, f6, knight takes d7, queen takes d7, pawn takes, and yeah, white will simply be winning the pawn. But the question is, do you want to simplify this and only settle for that one pawn being up one pawn, or do you want to look for more? But what else do you have here? You can't just retreat. Knight g6 doesn't really do much, so I think white would have to settle for that one pawn. And I guess as a GM, one pawn is more than enough, right? No need to go to crazy lengths to try to, yeah, be up more material. One pawn is enough. Let's take a look at the game between Jimmy Haburs against Alexander Gebwadze. It started off as a French, and then d3 was played. This turns into the King's Indian attack. White has a solid setup. Plays e5, now gaining space, but at the same time black can play c5. So usually white goes to attack on the king side, pushing those pawns with g4, h5, g5, etc. Or maybe an attack with the pieces, knight h2, knight g4, and somehow get knight to h6 or knight to f6, something like that. c4 played, d4, and now white has access to that square e4, but for now the pawn on e5 is hanging. Hanging, you will be losing it after knight e4, so you can't just play that. Rook c1, rook c8, h5, and white is simply attacking on the king side. Knight takes c4, rook d8, h6, g6, and bishop g5. This is the current position, and this is one of those positions that are a dream to grandmasters, because there's a lot of weaknesses in black's camp. f6 is extremely weak, g7 is extremely weak, and black's position will slowly collapse. There's simply not a lot of moves that black has here. Black is trying to attack that pawn e5 as much as possible, but it's clear that the attack on the queen side died out for black, and you cannot play f6 ever in your life, because after e takes f6, the pawn on e6 is simply hanging. So you can't just make any move here with black, and you don't really have many options either. So knight a5 on the board almost feels like it's losing a piece, but it's not, but it does feel like that. If anything, you can play knight d6, I guess. You have to be a little bit careful to not allow knight takes e5, but if we make the moves on the board, knight takes e5, queen takes e5 is threatening checkmate, so you will not be losing that knight. So for that reason, I think knight d6 is a very strong move. Trying to control the dark squares. And if you take on a5, black can simply take on g2 as an intermezzo. So let's see what white decides to do here, but I really like white's chances here, and this should be very doable for the grandmaster playing with the white pieces. Let's go back to our tactician Manuel Bosbo, who is facing Frank Steenbeckers. What happened in this game? Let's quickly rewind. We see Sicilian Najdorf, of course. Now we are in the Scheveningen. Bishop f3 with the threat of e5. So that's why rook a7, bishop e3, rook d7. A nice rook lift to the d file, so that maybe at some point you get to play d5. h5, also a very thematic move where you attack with the h-pawn, and it also stops your opponent from attacking on the king side, which is quite detrimental because one of the very few ideas that white has here is to attack on the king side. If your opponent doesn't castle king side and also plays moves such as h5, completely stopping any sort of attack, it is quite frustrating. It's quite frustrating to deal with. So what do you do next? So bishop g5 is a really nice attempt to try to pin this knight on f6 to maybe capture that pawn on h5. But bishop e7 is played, queen e2, knight c6 takes, rook a1, queen e8, rook fe1. And now we're in this position. I like white's position because it feels more natural. This pawn feels misplaced now because you can't really push h4. But I guess Manuel is trying to put pressure on that pawn on e4 somehow, or get to play d5. But short castle is now definitely out of the question. Maybe you can prepare it with the move g6, but even then short castle would be very dangerous. Not something you want to play when there's so much attention on the king side, right? So anyway, Manuel down on the clock. This game could get very interesting. Being down on the clock is quite a big deal here because there is no increment, guys. King f8 is played, which makes a lot of sense. You want to step away with that king. You can't castle, as I mentioned. So moving the king somewhere else makes a lot of sense. Let's see. I'm curious if the results get live updated. Oh, by the way, we already have a result in this game. Yeah, this is what I was concerned of. Bishop takes b7 was played, knight takes c4, rook takes, queen takes knight e4. Now after knight takes e5, black blundered the move knight f6 check, and this is completely lost because that knight is getting lost, and soon the king will also be checkmated. So very smooth win for Alexander Gebuadze. He is now in 2 out of 2, and I have a feeling that in the next round we will have our first very close pairings. We may have a grandmaster facing an international master. So let's see what happens in the next round. But first, let's go back to the games. So this is our first result. Let's see what happens in the game between John van der Wiel against Jasper Rijkaard. Started off. Whoa, what's happening here? So black is down a full rook. I have a feeling there's some sacrifice involved in this, so let's see what happened. Sicilian Sveshnikov with h6. Okay. That is quite unusual, but seems to have been played quite a bit to stop the move bishop g5 altogether. 95 take, a6. Wow. This seems like something that black prepared, at least in their repertoire, because it's hard to prepare in this tournament. But knight c3, knight d4. Alright. And wow, f takes g2, king takes, bishop h4. Rook takes f4. Ah, this is how the sacrifice happens. So black sacrificed a full rook and now has to prove that the sacrifice was reasonable, because unfortunately for black there's no queen h5 check, because imagine if the rook on a1 was not there, then of course black would be completely winning. So this is why after king f3 what does black actually do? How to proceed the attack? It's really hard to see because, yeah, I guess you can start off with bishop h3, but in any case, white always has the opportunity to take on h4, if anything. If you want to get rid of the bishop and make sure your king can run, that's a good start. Well, you have to be careful, of course, but it's an idea that comes to mind. Bishop h3 is actually played. So let's take a look what white is going to play now. Not so easy to find a good move, I have to admit, because queen takes d5 is also a threat, right? This game is going to get super interesting. From Pizzeria. We are actually streaming from well, the tournament venue, which is right next to a football field. We are actually at a football field here. Actually, you know what, guys? I am going to show you this very quickly. I will just, okay, I hope I can put the camera back easily, but to show you a little bit around, this is my view, guys. Oh, I just ruined this. Okay. This is my view. This is my view. A football field right here of VV IJsselmeervogels. It's a local club. And yeah, this is basically the booth. As you can see, my mic, what is it called? Something that you put on top of a microphone. But as you can see, this is basically the commentary booth of when a football match is happening. So yeah, it's super awesome to be here. Oh, you're just walking here. If you want, you can come in and say hi. That's completely fine. We're very flexible over here. I do get slightly scared when there's, I think an arbiter was walking around and I got scared that maybe I'm disturbing the players. Because the playing halls are right here. Right behind me, I think. So, yeah. Ah, you are just walking here. Ah, I see. I have a hard time reading the chat because my extra monitor has different coloring. But okay. Anyway, 96 on the board. Hold on. This is getting interesting. Okay, I guess after this move, you can simply cover with rook here, but then bishop takes. Okay. This game is getting interesting, guys. This game is getting very interesting. Thanks, McDude. Thanks so much. Good luck in your tournament. Good stuff. That's awesome. Alright. Let's take a look at the computer games. Oh, what is going on here? Let's take a look, guys. Rosolimo. Let's just quickly scroll through the moves to have an idea what happened. Okay. Ooh, 95. I like that. But unfortunately, the knight has to retreat because it didn't have better squares. You don't want your knight to get lost. And now we are in an endgame. A few moves were played. Okay. This game might actually end in a draw. Penalties, yes, Bucks. True, that would be a great tiebreak. That would be a great tiebreak. But yeah, rook g1 is on the board. And this is heading to a draw, which would make it super exciting because Millennium Chess is the best computer in this tournament. And yeah, by the way, one of the rules also mentioned in the regulations is that you have to try against the computers. You can't just give up and, you know, not even bother trying or something. You have to put up a fight, and I believe they also offer incentives for that. At least when I played, they did have incentives. Let me take a quick look. Yeah, there's special computer prizes. So if you get a draw or a win, against a certain computer, then you get a prize, which is amazing. So, if Hrdya manages to draw this game, and it's looking like it's a draw, guys, look at that. It's looking like it's going to be a fortress. If Hrdya gets a draw, they win 100 euros. Oh no, it's not 100 euros. The 100 euros will be split across the players that have gotten a result to that computer. So we have to keep that in mind. The 100 euros will be split. It's not for every single player that gets a result against the computer. But yeah, every single computer has a 100 euro prize fund. Yeah, this should be a draw. There's no way for either side to make progress here. Let's take a look. Give me a sec. Oh, I'm losing my mouse over here. Maybe we can. Oh, let me fix this real quick. I don't think it was. It's probably not a good idea to show you guys the view, but it's okay. It's worth it. It's worth it. It's a little. Okay, this is better. I think this is better. Alright. So the computer has, of course, time to spend, and it's also operated by an operator. So it's not automatically. There's actually someone sitting there working on making the moves happen on the live board. So it's not all automatic. Okay, let's see. What happened in this game? Oh, I think the live board broke in this game, unfortunately. Unfortunately, we do not have moves anymore from this live board, so we'd have to move on. In the meantime, guys, we have some results. We have 2 results. Jan Timman won his game against Jan-Jaap Jansen. Let's quickly take a look what happened, because Jan-Jaap was doing a fantastic job against Jan Timman, but it looks like things fell through pretty quickly. Okay, maybe we're missing some moves, but this is already resigned over here. Interesting. Okay, not sure what happened here. Let's see how this game ended. Queen d6 check. I think we left off around here. Yeah, c3 is played, bishop g5, queen g3. Take, 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 take. Alright. And the black king is just extremely weak. Rook d7 check. And then the queen comes in, and loss of the queen is unstoppable. So that's why Thomas won his game. It was very nice maneuvering, by the way. I did not emphasize it just yet, but the queen maneuvering was really nice and satisfying to see. So that was really well played by the white player, the white grandmaster. In the meantime, we have Luc van Velde, who won his game. Let's see what happened in this one, because this was getting whoa. So white played h4 and a4. Let's see what happened, because this is very interesting. Rook a3, it's very common to develop the rook this way, especially if you play a4. Takes, takes, g3. Bishop f4, takes, takes. Queen d2. Bishop castle, e5. Alright, and this is already getting too much. So it makes sense that resignation happened here, as this is simply getting overwhelming. And yeah, there's already a lot of material difference here. So nice win from Luc, very convincing win. The next one, we have a rook endgame on board 2. Material is even, so the question is, can the player with the black pieces, the grandmaster, actually try to find an advantage? very difficult to see because where are your entry points? I don't really see them. Maybe you, I mean, if you play the move b5, you just allow c takes b5, c takes b5, and white has the c file accessible, and if you're not careful, you might actually lose that. So you can't play b5. He plays c5, b5 will be played, and and the fortress will be built where you just can't make any sort of progress. The rook on c3 is just sitting there, so looking very good for Wouter here. Ooh, what's happening here? What's happening in this game? Let's take a look. Ooh, bishop sacrifice, okay. But there's no way that black can survive this, right? There's no way. The problem of white is that white does not have many pieces left to attack. And preferably he would like to get the rooks involved, but it may be a little bit too slow to start moving the rook up this way. And if you play f6, it's one way to try to do something, threatening queen g7. I guess after f6 you can just stop it with moves such as queen d7 and simply control the 7th rank. But then f7 actually comes up and queen g8 follows next. So I think f6 is actually quite crushing. I have a hard time seeing how you can stop the threats altogether. So that is looking good for Oof, and that's exactly what happened. f6, queen d7, f7, king e7, and this is game over. Guys, we have a draw. We have a draw. What happened in this game? Let's take a quick look. Mano did manage to open up the h-file, but apparently was not enough as the players repeated moves, which is rather surprising. That is quite surprising because it seemed like the game was just getting started, but I guess Manuel was not really having his position, and it seems like he was okay with the draw. Probably because white is defending super well, and it's hard to see how you can actually try to make progress. No books for them, indeed. And we have indeed a draw between Hrdya and Millennium Chess. Congratulations to Hrdya, who wins a share of 100 euros, depending on who gets the result against Millennium Chess computer. So depending on that, if nobody else gets a result against this computer, then the 100 euros will be for Hrdya. But if two players, one more player gets a result against the Millennium Chess computer, then the players will split the 100 euros. So, yeah, let's continue. This board broke. We now have 2 games left ongoing. This game is getting very interesting. Remember, indeed 96 happened. Queen takes bishop here. Queen h5 check. If you take the knight, then bishop d5 and you lose the queen. So you can't do that. Ooh, that's an expensive one. So now black is down a full rook. This king is in the middle of the board, and attacking the bishop is always a good idea. But is it enough? Because queen takes can become a problem. Queen check. Not so clear. Not so clear. He's getting the book. Honestly, I would give Jasper, I would make him a big candidate for the prize of the round. For his efforts in showing that he is not afraid of his grandmaster opponent. He is not showing fear, and we love to see that. So, yeah. Let's take a look. The game of Dimitri Reinemann against Wouter Telau is still going. What happened here? How did this happen? Okay, so b5 was indeed played and not captured because, of course, after c takes b5 now, then king takes b5, and the king will head to a4, and then this pawn may actually fall. So that's why c5 was played. b6, rook c3, rook d5. And I guess black is really trying to somehow work around with this. But white does not have to do much. White does not have to make big commitments, and has to play simply very safe. Yeah, alright. Let's go back to this game because this game is getting very tense. So queen takes h6 was indeed played. Check on the board, king e2. But what's next? I have a feeling that the attack is... Wait, I want to say over. Yeah, I guess it's over because after queen takes g1, there's queen takes e6, king f8, and rook h8 checkmate. So that's why this game is also over, I think, very soon. Very nice attempt by Jasper, though, I have to say. Sacrificing your rook this way is not easy and very respectable. So really like that Jasper put up a big fight, but unfortunately it did not work out tactically. I just want to take a look if rook takes f4 was tactically correct. Okay, it went from +1 to +2.5, which indicates that the rook sacrifice was not terrible. It was not completely nonsense. But I guess white played all the right moves as well, and then made it very difficult for black to do something. And indeed, this is actually what happened in the game, guys. This is actually what happened in the game. Checkmate on the board. That is a nice win for John van der Wiel, but very nice try from Jasper. Let's go back to... Oh, sorry. Let's go back to this game. This is the last game ongoing on the live board. So let's take a look what is going to happen here. Oh, let me turn... I think when I turn this on, we run into some issues. So let's not turn on the computer all the time. Not keep it on at all times. So yeah, this is the current position, guys. It is dead draw, but GMs can be GMs. GMs do be GMs sometimes, and they always find ways to try to complicate matters. So the question is now, can black find a way to complicate matters? Not easy to see, but of course black is now trying to get c5 on the board. That's the next plan. That way would be a tactful way to describe my sacrifices, not complete nonsense. Exactly. Thanks now, Leopardo, for the sub. Thanks so much. Thanks for subscribing. So for those who just joined, we have special prizes for every single round. In every single round, based on the live boards, we're checking which person deserves this prize the most. The prizes are... So as we have a lot of legends playing here, one of them being none other than Grandmaster Jan Timman, the one, the legend. He has he has written many chess books in his life, and the prizes that we will be giving away are his chess books. And they're not just his chess books, they will be signed by the man himself. And the player that deserves the prize the most, whether that is most beautiful game or, you know, most deserving player that played really well this round, put up a good fight, we are giving away those books to those that put up a good fight or had a really nice game. So really awesome to be able to do that. And yeah, it's only for the games that are on the live boards because it's the games that we can follow along. But we basically have to collectively decide who will win the prize for every single round. So if there is a player that you see, or like a game that you see, this one is interesting, this player deserves it, Feel free to let me know. But I'm also trying to keep track of it, of course. But we can collectively decide who deserves the prize. Unfortunately, I cannot take one with me because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, one for every single round, and one for every single round, and we have 7 rounds. I fully agree, actually. This game is looking very promising. I mean, I really admire Jasper's attempt to complicate matters against the Grandmaster, his Grandmaster opponent, but this is looking like Wouter is probably more deserving. If Wouter manages to survive this position and not get not get too intimidated, then he should be fine. Because it's really easy to get intimidated. You're playing a Grandmaster and the game is not ending, right? The game is not over just yet. The Grandmaster can always find resources somewhere. So you have to be really careful. But for now, it's looking really good for Wouter's chance to draw. Or maybe even win, actually. Because Rook takes c6 is coming up. I guess when the king moves, King b5 can be played. And I guess White will hunt the pawn down or something like this. What happened? King c2. Okay, so King b5 was not played. Interesting. I would have played King b5, I guess. Was that simply missed? Apparently it's still equal if you play King b5. But definitely not easy to see why. Oh, and the players have agreed to draw. The players have agreed to draw. This is a great result for Wouter to allow. And I think a quick look should make it clear. I think that Wouter deserves one of the prizes, one of the books. He's from 2011, already won the Nationals under 12. Wow. 2011. That's crazy. And he drew Grandmaster Dimitri Reindemann. An amazing result. Not easily intimidated. Very good. Very good. Alright, I think we can then I think it's an unanimous vote then. I would say Wouter deserves the prize of round 2. So let me make a note of that real quick. Let me write down that Wouter deserves the book prize of round 2. Alright. So that is round 2 for now. I have a feeling. Give me a sec. Alright. I think it's time to get a drink. But for now, let me take a look. We are heading to round 3 very soon, guys. Not all games have finished just yet. Wait a second. Ooh. Okay, so it seems like Goba drew Novak Diablo, so that's also a nice result for Goba as... Okay, actually Novak Diablo is rated to be 2,000, so perhaps Goba is not too happy with that result. But it means that he is competing for the prize, so that's a good thing. Vaz is underrated. Ah, that's amazing. That's amazing. Well, underrated as in that he deserves higher rating. It's always good that when you deserve more rating, he will get there because he's a very young talent. But yeah, the results are coming in very slowly, guys. I think this is a good moment to take a short break. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a drink real quick. Round 2 is in the books very soon. We will continue with round 3 as soon as I'm back. So don't go anywhere, guys. I'll be right back with you. And yeah, it's super awesome to be here in Spakenburg. And yeah, make sure to stick around. We have 5 more rounds to go in this event. And this is the moment where things get exciting because the players the stronger players are now on 2 out of 2, and they will most likely face each other now. So stay tuned, guys. Stick around, and I will be back with you very soon. If an intruder walks in, guys, you guys will be able to see. So I'll see you guys in a little bit. Hello everyone, I am back from the break. I had a little chat with some people. So it was really nice to catch up. But yeah, round 3 is about to get started, guys. Let me take a look at the pairings. But yeah, the pairings are up. Alright, we do have some really exciting pairings. Let me switch tabs. Alright. Let's see. Oh, wait a second. Oh! We have a player on with a rating of 1500, Ruud Admiraal, who first had a bye because probably lowest rated player in the tournament, and then managed to beat computer Cytec Renaissance Spark rated 2200, which is a massive result, and he is now facing Grandmaster John van der Wiel. Amazing performance so far, but of course it's too early to call anything. We're only approaching round 3 just now, but this is going to be super exciting to see because that game will be live, and we're going to take a close look at that. So that's awesome. So yeah, we have Colin Stolwijk against Thomas Pearson. That's also an exciting pairing. The Battle of the Looks, indeed. We have Richard Federer against Ulf Andersson. Also a very exciting pairing. Jan Timman against Adnan Dari. Yeah, super exciting. This is going to be super exciting second round. Wouter is actually facing the Millennium Chess Computer now. Oh, that's also going to be super exciting to follow. Henk van der Poel is facing the other computer, Novak Diablo. So the games are about to get started, everyone. I wonder if I'm right next to playing hall. I think it's there actually, yeah. I walked past it, but yeah. Let's take a quick look. Alright. Let's see. The games will start any moment from now. I believe after this round we will have lunch break, so we will be away for a longer period of time, and I will enjoy a delicious piece of fish. As you guys know, the Fishpartners Open is a tournament sponsored by Fishpartners. As the name suggests, it is a company that sells fish. So the participants are offered fish throughout the day. Just now I had some cake, so that was really awesome as well. But yeah, the games are off, guys. We have E4 on the board. After this round, things will get even more tense because all the stronger players will start facing each other. This round is the warm-up for that, because the players are already really close with ratings, but not that close yet. The Grandmasters are not facing each other yet. And I think this will start happening in around next, or I would say around 5-6. That's when the Grandmasters starts facing each other. Let's take a look if we have more moves on other boards. Okay, I think they're refreshing things. Should start any moment. Okay, there we go. We have the moves now on the board. And here we go. The close Sicilian. But now we're back in open Sicilian. And this one is called the Can Sicilian. Hello, Scooper. That's okay. Don't worry. I think it's completely fine. I think it's one of those things that feel embarrassing, but can actually be considered really funny. It happens. It happens. But yeah, Queen C7 on the board. What is White going to play here? Remember, guys, there's no increment. You have to play fast. You have to play fast and manage your time well. You have no time to waste. Alright, let's go to the other games. In this one, between Richard Federer and Ulf Andersson, we have a Scandinavian. Bishop c4, e6, short castle c6, and rook e1. Richard goes for the very standard setup where you simply develop pieces, and this bishop goes out either to f4, g5, can also go to d2, but is usually done very early so that you can have a discovery attack on that queen. Now it probably doesn't make so much sense because this queen, it wants to return to c7 anyway, so maybe you might as well play bishop f4, for example. Let's go to the next game, Jan Timman against Adendari. Okay. Very normal position, nothing too crazy just yet. This is the Queen's Indian defense variation. And yeah, white is attacking the pawn on c7, of course. But yeah, this bishop on b4 feels misplaced. I guess you always have bishop d6, but it does feel very unnatural. So the question is, do you actually want to... Yeah, what do you do with this bishop? What do you do? Because you prefer to put the bishop back to e7. c5 is out of the question because after a3 you simply lose the piece. Well, actually, you can play c5, a3, bishop a5 because there's no b4. But you do have to be careful after c5, a3, bishop here. You just take on c5 and threaten bishop d6. So if you take back with the pawn, then you will lose material. So that's why. Bishop f4, and now it's on black to decide what to do here. And the decision is not very easy. This is why if you play these kind of lines where there is some tricky component happening, you have to make sure that you know what you're doing. Bishop d6 was played indeed. Bishop takes, queen takes, and knight c3 now. Black's setup looks very uncomfortable, unusual. The bishop is good on b7, but that's about it. Because this knight is not really going places. This queen is in front of the d-pawn, which you usually want to move forward. So I like white's position a lot so far. Let's take a look over here. We have a London in the game between Colin Stolwijk and Thomas Beerdsen. How does Thomas handle the London? He plays g5. Okay, bishop c1, bishop g7, bishop b5, knight h6, short castle, short castle. Unusual setup from Thomas Beerdsen, but we do know that he loves attacking, he loves taking risks, and that's why I think it's, it's interesting that he opts for this setup, but it looks very exciting. So let's see what the players decide to do next, as queen e2 is preparing bishop takes c6, taking on e7 after that. Yeah, what do you do about this? The thing is that black is trying to play e5 maybe, but first you need to play g4, I think, for this. You can play g4 and then play e5 and completely go crazy over here. But that is in style of Thomas Beerdsen. He always plays crazy things like this, so... He deserves a book for playing g5. Haha. Let's take a look. Okay. So let's go to the next game. Ooh, what's happening here? Okay, at first glance, I really like black's position simply because this queen has so much access. This queen's heading to h5, and I'm already sensing this attack happening on the king side. And what does white actually have here? It's hard to say. I guess you can start with f3 to get rid of the knight on e4. But that does weaken things and maybe invite moves such as f4. Yeah, looking already pretty good for black, but it's really early to call anything here because black still needs to develop. White is also not fully developed yet. So I'm curious to see if white decides to play f3, yes or no. Because it would make quite a lot of sense. But once again, that black queen is heading to h5, and then g5, g4 comes to mind, and you do have to be careful here with white. Let's go to the other games. In this position, in the game between Joan van der Wiel and Ruud Admiraal, let's take a look. Unusual opening, but I think it was a Ruy Lopez with knight g7, okay? With f6. I don't think that was ever played. Is that... I don't think it's a good move. I don't think it's a move. But seems very solid. If your opponent cannot push an accurate move, then it's fine, right? Then it means it's a good move. And there's nothing wrong with it. b5 is played, and I, strangely enough, really like white's position. I mean, it's not strange. I mean, I like white's position as in you can put the knight on e6 and you can start an attack with f4, e5. But at the same time, black is not doing so bad. Oh, what happened here? Okay, take 6, queen e7. Yeah, this is where things get tricky. Black really needed to play bishop e7 to then short castle and to try to develop and try to create counterplay. Because once you get short castle on the board, you can play f5. And then perhaps activate your rook, your bishop, that can go to f6 after that. And that's where things get super interesting. But by playing queen e7, you're basically admitting that, okay, my bishop is completely stuck, I'm completely stuck, and this is going to be a very rough game. So this is why queen e7 is not the greatest move, and I would have preferred bishop e7 much more. Let's quickly go to the next game. Kobus Mates against Dimitri Reinderman. Okay, this started off as a Trompovsky. Well, not really, because d5 was played instead. It's almost like the Trompovsky, but not really. This is called the Levitsky attack, apparently. Knight e2, c4. The queens are off the board, but white has a lot of opportunities here. Well, maybe not so much, but what gets interesting is if white decides to capture that pawn or no. Does white want to sacrifice material to get something going on in the queen side? Yeah, it really depends. It really depends if you want to commit to that. But for now, it's hard to see what black can actually do. I guess black's plan would be to play f6 and then e5 and try to attack in the center. But this is not an easy decision. Do you take on a6, yes or no? Or do you just simply fact that, you know, you have to take it easy and you're going to prepare it first with bishop e2, short castle, rook a3, rook a1, and so on. So to the next game, we have Manuel Bosboom against Robin Reichert. We went from Jasper Reichert to Robin Reichert. Let's take a look. Ooh, this is some really sharp line, huh? I think this is theory. Yeah, this is theory in the semi-Slav defense. Right. h5. Interesting. Yeah, this is crazy sharp. This pawn is heading forward. I really like white's chances here, and I have a hard time believing that black is okay here. I mean, I guess rook takes g7 is a move to capture that pawn and make sure that after h6 you can stop the pawn altogether. But yeah, after rook takes g7, of course, this knight will move. Knight e5. There's a pawn hanging on g4. Not so easy for black. I guess there's a lot of theory involved, but seeing the amount of time spent here, it's probably not in the books anymore. h6 is on the board. Rook h7, I think, is going to be played very soon. Or rook g8. But rook h7 makes more sense. It makes much more sense. Let's take a look at this game. Vow to allow against Millennium Chess Computer. What is going on here? A lot of trades have happened already. I quickly want to take a look at the game. A lot of traits, wow. Interesting. Wow. Rook takes e4 not played here because of bishop e3 check. Ooh, uh-oh. Tactics, tactics. This is getting tricky because you can't take on d4 because of bishop takes d4. So you gotta be careful. But I guess white could simply play rook c1 and be fine. I think white will be fine after that. And yeah, hard to see how black can punish any of this. Looking really good for Wouter. I would call this minimum drawing chances. Minimum drawing chances. Let's go to the next game. We have Henk van der Poel against Novak Diablo. Let's see. So white is down a pawn. But that was one of the poison pawns. Now the question is, okay, so of course you could not have taken the bishop on c3, not here, I mean here, because of bishop takes h7. So you would lose the queen, of course. f5, and you're stopping the bishop on d3 now from capturing the pawn h7, but it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like f5 is the move here, but I have a hard time to see how to punish this. I guess a good move to start with would be bishop b2 to get the bishop out of the way, and then maybe queen g3 could be interesting to attack the pawn g7. I see chances here for Henk. I see chances for sure. So for those who are just joining, this tournament is a rapid chess tournament here in Spakenburg, the Netherlands. It is a really awesome tournament where not only very strong grandmasters are participating, but we also have a few computers playing. We have 4 computers at our disposal in this tournament. There's an operator that makes the moves on the board provided by a computer, and there's special prizes if you manage to get a result against the computer. So it's super exciting, super fun, and it's a very unique format, very unique event. It's 7 rounds Swiss, and the players have 22 minutes every game, and each person has 22 minutes. So it's a unusual time control as well, quite unusual. But yeah, very exciting format, a lot of things going on, and so far we have seen a lot of fun games. We did not have had very close matchups just yet. I think round 3 is already getting there, but not 100%. There's still quite a skill disparity, but we're getting there. As in round, I would say round 4, or maybe round 5, 6 is when the GMs will face each other, I think. And it's almost already the end of the tournament, right? So in 7 rounds Swiss tournaments, it's oftentimes the case that you gotta be lucky with the pairings. You gotta be a little bit lucky and fortunate that you are not facing all the strong players. It requires luck. Also, guys, on top of what we have going on here, we have a number of chess books to give away to those that are playing on the live boards. How? Basically, if someone plays a really good game or put up a great fight, we can decide together who deserves the prize the most. And the prizes are a book from chess legend Jan Timman, who has provided us with 7 of his books. One of them is right here, and they will be signed by Jan Timman himself. So it's super amazing, super awesome, and yeah, we are able to give them away to those that are playing on the live boards, and we can see who deserves it the most. Every single round we get to give away 1 book. So if you have any suggestions, feel free to let me know in the chat. But yeah, super nice addition to the event. Anyway, this game is going to be super exciting. I really like White's chances already. Let's go back to this game. Queen d8 on the board. What is going on? White is playing a little passive, but I guess it makes sense to park the bishop on g1, which is completely fine. You usually don't want to put it on e3, or like keep it on e3 because of knight g4, but for now it's alright, and I can see rook f3 being played to prepare rook h3 and then somehow start attacking on the king side. But not so easy, especially against someone such as Luke van Velde to create some play here. We already have a result, guys. Thomas Beertsen wins his game against Colin Stolwijk. What happened? That escalated quite quickly. Okay, so after knight of 722, black went for e5 indeed. Rook d1, bishop e6, c4, e4, takes, knight d4, takes. The rook retreated, and then after knight e5. Oof, White missed the move bishop g4. That is very unfortunate, as position is otherwise... It was otherwise completely fine. Well, not completely fine, because black is putting so much pressure on the white position. White is simply not developed on the queen side whatsoever. So it makes sense that it sooner or later would have collapsed anyway. But yeah, you don't want to lose like this, right? But it happens. And bishop g4 is simply winning black the exchange, and probably even more because the queen is eyeing on f2. So good result for Thomas Beertsen, who is now on 3 out of 3 and will probably face one of the grandmasters in the next round. So let's take a look. Let's take a look. Okay, we have this game between Kevin and Alexander. What is going on here? What is going on here? So black is putting pressure on the king side, as usual. But black was also missing some pieces in the attack. And I think you would want to try to pay attention to knight f5, knight h4 type of ideas. Or maybe knight f5 and then h4, h5, something like this. Something like this. Yeah, I really like black's position. It's really hard to see what white can actually do here. I think white needs to keep defending and make sure to not collapse immediately. But it's really difficult to defend this because white simply has to stand and wait for black to attack, and black just has free play. Is there a football game happening outside? Not in front of me, but it's actually like further, all the way there, something's happening. I can't tell if it's a football game or something, but all the way there. Yeah, I think it's football. Yeah, I saw the ball thrown. Yeah, I think a football game is actually happening out there. Not in front of me, because I think this is where they play official matches. But yeah, we are at a sports complex, so a lot of things are happening here, but not in front of us because of the chess tournament, I guess. So ooh, Richard on 16 minutes against Ulf Andersson with 7 minutes left. That is a big time difference, guys. And it makes sense because Richard is full on the attack with rook h3, preparing the move bishop takes h6 at some point. That is very difficult. That's looking very difficult for Ulf. Especially with the time difference. It's going to be really difficult to save this, to survive this. This is going to be very difficult. But let's see what Ulf comes up with. But I really like Richard's chances here. The practical chances are definitely in his favor. Ooh, what happened here? So 2 rooks against the queen. Okay. The knight is attacking that rook on d5. If you take the pawn on e5, maybe there's queen c7. Maybe. Actually, there is, because I was thinking there's maybe rook d5 back, but the knight will obviously capture that rook. But queen c7, attacking that rook, and once those... Okay, black is definitely losing a rook, but usually you try to disconnect the rooks as much as possible. So if you voluntarily go for moves such as rook takes e5, you're asking for trouble. But after knight f4, this rook can simply move somewhere on the d file, let's say rook d2, and hard to see how to make progress here. I guess you'd have to start pushing this a pawn. But instead rook c5 was played here, and now the question is, where does this queen go to? I guess if you want to continue making progress, you play moves such as queen b7, but then you lose a b pawn. Hard to say what's best, whether black can take the pawn or not, but I think black is able to capture that pawn. I think it's possible. Let's go to... How is Ruud Admiral doing? Ruud is down quite a lot of material. I don't see the clock anymore of black, but I have a feeling that black either resigned or is going to very soon, because the position is completely over. Black is down a lot of material, so that is it. Let's go to the next game. Okay, as expected, black is attacking on the king side. Not much progress has been made yet, so let's check in with other games. Okay, the pawn on b5 was captured indeed. Queen h4 on the board now. Ooh, looking very difficult for Aiden, as the knight on e7 is hanging now, and queen g5 is incoming to attack that pawn on g5. Not looking good here. Not looking good. Let's see how it's going in the battle of the looks. Knight a2, a5, and b4. So white is trying to put pressure on the queen side, which makes sense because after pawn takes and knight takes, the c6 square is so important, and once the knight lands there, I would be very concerned with playing with the black pieces here. So b4 on the board, and now the question is, what do you do? You can't just ignore that pawn, because b takes a5 is a threat too, and then the other knight comes in and same story. But if you play a4, then of course you're leaving your own pawn behind on b5. Knight c3 comes up, and not looking very easy to play here for black. So I really like white's chances here, but let's see what the grandmaster comes up with, because they always have tricks up their sleeves. If you play a logical move such as e5, you allow the knight to jump to f5, and I'm not sure if that's a good idea. So let's see. Another endgame in the game of Dimitri against Kobe this time. Dimitri in another endgame. Let's see if he fares better in this one, as in the previous one he was not able to create any chances for himself. So now the pawn situation is white is up a pawn, but of course we were talking about a double pawn, so it doesn't really mean that much. But okay, we do have a 3v2 situation going on here, which could be beneficial for white. Aiden should get the book. Perhaps. h5 on the board. Sometimes in endgames you don't want to be super aggressive with the pawns because you can't put pawns back. They don't go backwards. If you move them forward, you weaken a lot of squares, the pawns around you, the pawn itself, and this is exactly what your opponent wants when they're the one that they're putting pressure on you. But it does make a lot of sense to play h5 because what else do you have? What else do you do? So, yeah, alright. G4 on the board. Yeah, I think that knight... Oh, wait, but a knight was sacrificed. Okay, takes. Interesting. So the problem is that black can just not run away whatsoever. It's hard to see how black can create some counterplay here. Maybe you can somehow get the rook on f5. That would be nice, I think. Jan Timman is playing indeed the one and only. He is preparing for the Dutch Championship, which is starting next week. Next weekend it's happening, and he's playing there as well. And we also have 7 of his books over here, which are prizes to be won by participants on the live board. So super exciting stuff, and the best game of the round. The best moves or situations. Yeah, the winner will be able to win a prize. So yeah, super exciting stuff. Maybe one of the players that has a really good game played, for example Aiden, who is playing super well against Jan Timman, fighting for his life, could be one of the winners of this fantastic prize, because one of those books will be given out every single round to the player that deserves it the most, and it will be signed by Jan Timman. So it's super exciting. It's super exciting stuff. I thought it was a gem, of course. Yes, we have lots of grandmasters playing over here. We have Luc van Bailey playing, who has won the Dutch Championship numbers of times. We have legend Ulf Andersson playing as well. We have Thomas Beertsen playing. Gebuadze is playing here. I had a little chat with Gebuadze earlier today. And because he also speaks Georgian just like me. And with John van der Wiel, Dimitri Reinerman, so lots of grandmasters playing over here. It's super awesome. Not showing titles. It's not my doing. I don't know why it's not there. I'm sorry. I'm just showing you what I'm seeing on my screen. Maybe, I don't know what happened with putting in the names in the system, but I'm not sure what happened. Anyway, the game is still ongoing. Aiden is still surviving, but is he going to survive this pawn march on the king side? Not so sure, because h5, rook takes g5. Okay, well, rook takes g5 is a check, so you have to move the king first. Turning glitch, maybe. Yeah, exactly. It happens. Aiden is doing super well, trying to survive against Jan Timman, the one and only. Let's see how the game will continue. But for now, let's jump back to... Where should we take a look at? What should we take a look at? Yeah, this game is completely over. Wouter Terlouw once again in a drawing position. Okay, he's down a pawn, but the drawing chances are very high. So playing against Millennium Chess Computer should be holdable, but of course you have to be careful. You're playing as a computer. Against computers, maybe endgames can be trickier. It depends how Millennium Chess is programmed, of course, but the rating of this computer is estimated to be 2450. That's the estimation. Ooh, in this game, Novak Diablo is down a piece against Henk van der Poel. Henk might win this game pretty easily, actually, because this rook on c5 is very vulnerable. White is up a piece. you're just going to kick the rook out of there and start pushing that pawn forward. Or play rook c6 and force a trade. That's also possible. So that will be a great result for Henk. In this game, Ulf is down to 1 minute on the clock, guys. 1 minute and 50 seconds, and there's no increment. There is no increment. Richard is up the exchange. The attack seems to have been super successful. Because here rook h3 was played. We left off here, and indeed Richard sacrificed the piece. Well, it was not captured because Ulf knew that once he would take on h6, he would be checkmated very soon. And you don't want to allow all of this so easily, because after queen... what would have been the best? I guess queen h4 check, king h7, queen h5. This pawn on h6 would be under attack. And it's hard to see how black can actually stop the checkmate. So this is why Ulf did not go for that bishop. Instead played g6 and accepted the loss of the exchange. And a5 is on the board. Black still has some chances here. I mean, that pawn is moving forward. b5 could be played soon. a4. And that pawn can move fast on the a5. So why does it be careful here? You can't just play any move here. I guess a good move to start with. I want to play c4 to stop b5. But by playing c4, I allow the move a4. So that's not quite ideal. So what do we do instead? I guess... I guess a good idea would be just to put pressure on the pawn f7. That is a big target. Rook f4 is a wonderful move, trying to prepare queen d7, which is why queen a3 was played, so that you can defend with queen e7 or bishop e7 at least. But now h5 instead. And white is throwing punches left and right. Difficult to see how black can keep defending everything. So I think this is looking very good for Richard Vedder. And Ulf is also down to 50 seconds now. No increment, so that seems like game over to me very soon. So that would be quite a big upset. Let's take a look at the other games. Okay, this is game over now. Aiden survived for more than 50 moves against the legend Jan Timman, which is a great result, great fight, not easy at all, and yeah, that's very impressive by Aiden. Let's take a look at this game. Ooh, so Alexandra is up 2 pawns. But the problem is, how do you proceed here? I guess first of all, the knight is very vulnerable over here. The knight looks very vulnerable over here. An endgame book in the collection? I do. The Art of the Endgame. I do have an endgame book in a collection, yes. Oh, don't have so much space over here, which is fine. No title for Ulf either. Unbelievable. Okay, so what happened? King f4, king g6, rook c6. Ooh, oh, b5 is crushing. I think b5 is crushing because that pawn will be captured soon. Okay, I think John won this one. The pawn was sacrificed but captured very soon after that. b5, queen h6, queen f8, queen e3, a4. So black got what they wanted actually. So slightly concerning, but for now this bishop is not going anywhere. Yeah, what is the next idea? What can white try to do here? Hmm. It's hard to see how to make progress here with white, because as soon as you attack the bishop on g7, let's say you put the queen on f6, queen f8 will be played, and it's hard to make progress. So you really need to perhaps start pushing the pawns, but if you do that now, then this pawn will move forward. What can white do here? I guess you're almost forced to play queen f4, queen g5 of some sorts. I guess you're almost forced to do this. A quick look at the computer shows that complicated stuff. Complicated. It's a lot. It requires a lot of maneuvering, and it's not so easy at all. Not so easy. This game might go down to the wire. But of course, look at the time difference. Richard on 5 minutes and Ulf on a minute. That is too big of a time difference, knowing that there's no increment whatsoever. You lose on the clock, you lose the game. In the meantime, the game between the two is looking very tough, very interesting. Black is trying to create some counterplay on the king side with the knight on f4 and the queen on g4. The knight is attacking upon d3 now, so that needs to be dealt with. Well, the thing is that if you take on d3 now, then of course queen takes f7 is big problems. But if you don't get to take that, I guess Black can simply defend this pawn on f7, queen e6, queen g6, or queen h5. One of these moves, and then start putting pressure on that pawn on d3. Let's see. This game is also looking very tense with so many pieces still on the board. But look at the times. 1 minute for Luke, and the other Luke has 3 minutes. This is going to get crazy very soon, very soon. All the games that are still ongoing, very low on the clock. There's a lot of them still ongoing, so let's see what happens. Ooh, we did not get to see this game, so let me quickly scroll through this one. Oh, this was a crazy game with this sharp line in a semi-slav. Knight takes g4, oh my goodness. A piece sacrifice. Wow. But okay, this is completely winning now because white managed to take the rook, and now this is should be game over. Queen g7 maybe incoming, because black gave away the rook simply because rook takes g7, pawn takes, and the pawn is promoting on the next move. So that's why the rook was given away. Let's take a look what's going on, guys. Let's quickly move around. Luke took the pawn on b5. Is up the pawn now, but at what cost? Both players on 1 minute on the clock. Oh no. Oh no. This is getting very tense. Queen e6 attacking the knight on a2. That knight is offside, so we need to get it back into the game. But if we play knight c3, there's always queen b3 and more pressure on that knight. Or actually, maybe you can just take that knight. Get rid of it completely because you don't want it to land on d5. That looks terrifying. But his bishop is so strong, so we don't want to do this. We don't want to allow this. Maybe bishop b2 was possible to capture that pawn on a3, but hard to say. Hard to say. Ooh, the pawn made it all the way to a2, guys. The pawn made it all the way to a2. Is there something left here for Richard, as he wants to put the rook on d8? But after bishop f8, what's next? What can he do? I'm guessing there's still f5 possible after that. So let's just make the moves on the board. And here f5. And maybe you can somehow give a check and then take on f8 and somehow checkmate. Somehow. Instead, queen e1 is played to stop the pawn from promoting. And this looks quite overwhelming for white, but white is still able to hold on because rook takes c6 is the threat. White will be able to capture one pawn at least, but there's two problems to deal with here on the queen side. Ooh, time scramble. Time scramble. This is getting very exciting. So many boards are still ongoing. Ooh, the Millennium Chess computer is actually winning, guys. Can the computer find the win? Does the computer know their table bases? I'm really curious to see if the computer can win this somehow. Oh. Yep, of course. Oh, it was actually quite simple. I thought you had to promote or something, but knight g4 is a very simple solution. And now just h2. If you go to h1, you get checkmated on f2. You go to f1, knight e3 check. Picking up that bishop on the g2, and that is game over. That is very unfortunate for the young talent, as he was in a drawing position, but could not survive it until the very end. This was a complete draw, but I have a feeling that he simply lost the pawn, not realizing that knight a5 is such a big threat. So bishop d7 here was important to be played to stop any sort of pawn loss, especially because after knight f5 now, you have the move bishop e8. Knight takes h4 check, and you cannot go up because then you face the check and lose. No, you have to move the king elsewhere. Let's say king f2, and this pawn cannot go anywhere, cannot be protected, and that's why this game could have ended in a draw. Oh, I think this game escalated quite quickly. So I think in this game, Luke won his game. Here I see another flag. Wait. Whoa, wait. Oh, queen e4 check. Ulf Andersson managed to win his game. He was in a losing position for most of the game, but Richard was not able to capitalize on his advantage. What a comeback from Ulf Andersson, and that's what we're saying, right? Grandmasters have this ability to come back in the game. You need to attack them so many more times when you are in a winning position. It's not that easy. Jan Timman also won his game. Thomas Beersen won his game earlier. It seems like Alexandre won his game as well. In this game, John won his game convincingly. Dimitri managed to win this game after all, even though it did not look so clear at first. Manuel Bosbon wins this game, and ooh, was this 4 seconds against no time? That would have been crazy. But this is completely losing for the computer, so I think that the computer lost on time at least. But yeah, if that is the case, it means that Henk has won a prize as well. So let's take a look. That means we have arrived at the end of round 3, everyone. Round 3 is over. The results are coming in very slowly, but I'm expecting a lot of Grandmaster pairings in the next round. Most of the Grandmasters have won their games. Pretty much all the Grandmasters have won their games in this round. So that is getting very exciting. We will see Grandmaster pairings in round 4. And I can't wait. I can't wait to see. Let's see. We also have to decide who is going to win the tournament's prize. Well, tournament's prize, the prize of the round. Aiden had a really good fight, but so did Richard. Richard had a really good fight, but he did not manage to finish it off properly. Hard to say, hard to say, hard to see which player to award this book to. Which player should we award this prize to in this round? It's hard to say because a lot of players put up a wonderful fight. There's not a game that particularly sticks out. The sacrifice was nice, and his maneuver was also really nice, but because Luc van der Haag also put up a great fight against Luc van Wely. I will discuss the details with the organizers, how flexible I can be with choosing a winner. Because so far I have, it starts to feel like someone that deserves it, in terms of someone that is has played a really good game but was not able to survive for long. Well, was able to survive for long, but was a tough opponent and they played super well, or was doing really well but did not manage to convert the advantage. So it almost feels like a pity prize, but I don't want to make it sound like that. So I will leave this option open for now. I'll confirm the organizers what we should do, but I believe this means that we are heading to a break. As okay, round 4 pairings are up. We have some really exciting pairings indeed. All the grandmasters, the 6 grandmasters are facing each other in the next round, and we are now already heading for lunch, guys. So stay tuned for round 4 of the Fishpartners Open 2024. We have a really exciting day of chess ahead of us. We have had 3 rounds already, 4 more rounds to go, and yeah, I'm super excited to see what will happen well, we haven't had the first half finished yet, but basically the second half of the tournament is going to be super tense. A lot of blood will be seen at the chessboards and on the chess boards. So we'll see what happens. I'm heading for a lunch break, guys. I will come back with you very soon, but for now, stick around. Make sure to not miss the action that will happen after the break. I have no information how long the break how long it takes, how long it lasts for, but you will hear more information very soon. Make sure to stick around, and I will see you guys after the break. I'll just turn this off just to be sure that everything is okay. But yeah, we're heading for a break, guys. I'll see you guys after break. Get something to eat as well, or walk around a little bit, and we will see you guys after the break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fishpartners Open 2024. This is a rapid chess tournament where a lot of fun stuff is happening. We have grandmasters participating, but also computers. That is a unique thing because, well, when we think of computers playing chess, it's either, when you sit at home and you just play chess against a computer, or we think of cheating stuff. But this time, this tournament has actual computers playing, and I made it work that we are going to take a look inside the playing hall. I'm going to show you around what is happening during the game so that you have some sort of idea of what's going on, and you guys will be able to join me in that journey. The games have already started, but I just wanted to say real quick, welcome back, everyone. We are in round 4 now of the Fishpartners Open. It's a Swiss rapid tournament. 7 rounds will be played today, and we're now at the halfway mark, round 4, and a lot of action we have seen so far. But this round is the round where grandmasters are facing each other. I believe all 6 grandmasters are facing each other now. Well, there's 7, so not everyone is facing each other, but most of the grandmasters are playing each other. So this is the round where whoever wins will be competing for the prizes, most likely. Well, doesn't have to say much, but of course you need the points because there's only 3 more rounds left after this round. So super excited to see what will happen in this round. We had a nice lunch break. A lot of food was served. A lot of fish was really amazing. And yeah, I also wanted to say thank you so much to Boitislai for the huge raid. I hope everything is going well in Poland. I've been following it a little bit from the side, how it's happening. I hope things are going well there. I hope you guys have a good finish of the tournament. I'm not sure when the games are finishing. I guess tomorrow is the last day. So I hope things are going well. Yeah, we are here for the Fishpartners Open, and those are still here from the raid. Oh, it's been a long time. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for missing the raid. We had a break going on here. So yeah, I had some nice skibbling. So that was great. But it already ended. Oh, they finished on 5.5. I see. So this room is actually, I can show you very soon. This room is basically right over on top of, well, sort of on top of a football field. So when there is a football match happening here, there will be commentators here, I guess like speaking over the microphone here. There's like many screens going on here. There's no camera, of course, and I think the reason why is because this is, they do commentary on the mic, but there's no camera involved. So I guess that's why there's a little bit of a mess here, but it's okay. Wonderful. Asking the real questions. All right, so the games have started already. Before we take a look at the games, I am going to walk around the playing hall and show a little bit around. Let me quickly see. Okay, let me quickly turn this on. I put my phone on charger because it's like very low volume, but I'll show you guys around a little bit, and yeah, I hope you guys will enjoy. I will just take a few minutes just so that you can see how it's like inside, what's going on, and then you have some overview. So let's take a look. Let's open this over here. Okay, it's now black screen. What? Okay, let's make sure that you don't hear me double. Let me plug this out. Okay, I guess there's no microphone on this, so you guys will just have to like enjoy the view, and I will see you guys very soon. Oh yeah, I thought I unmuted myself. No. Okay. I was saying that I'm trying to fix the camera, but okay, we're back, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the little tour. So, as you saw, there is these special boards that they have. I couldn't quite get a good shot on it. I don't really know exactly what happens on these boards, but basically I think the computer returns some move and then the operator makes the move on that board and also makes the move on the actual game. So yeah, it's super awesome to see, how this is happening, how it's going on. And hope you guys enjoyed the view. Yeah, engine boards, exactly, yeah. Yeah, so the strongest one is the Millennium Chess computer, which is estimated to be 2450. A little bird told me that when testing it out, like in practice here, before the tournament, they were like, maybe it's less strong than 2450, but we'll have to see how it performs. But usually, so every single year, they come here with new computers. And usually the strongest computer is much stronger than 2450. So this time it's less challenging, but still very fun, right? So yeah. A crossbar challenge. What is that? What is that? Alright, let's talk about that later because round 4 is on, guys. We have on board 1 Thomas Beardson against Luke van Wely. Luke is playing with the white pieces, and we have a little visitor over here in my little booth. I hope it finds its way out. But yeah, we're back, and oh, okay, it's okay. It's quite a big fly, but yeah. We are back in round 4 and we have a lot of exciting pairings, so let's take a look at what's going on. This game started as a Slav defense. Queen b3, rook a7, defending that pawn. It looks a little odd to place the rook on a7, but it makes sense since the queen does not want to be moved to c7. Queen d7 doesn't feel right because you want to move the knight to d7, so that's why rook a7 makes a lot of sense. e6 was played, queen b6 takes, rook a8, c5. So white is basically shutting down the queen side altogether. b4, and maybe tries to get b5 to be played. Rook b8 was played to stop b5 altogether because that pawn a6 was pinned. f3, e5, g4, and bishop e6. So this is the current position where black is putting pressure in the center. White wanted to do the same by playing e4. That is not what is played, but white wanted to play e4 as well, but didn't manage to as black was first with e5. So black putting pressure in the center, and white needs to start developing pieces probably because all those pawns have moved forward. And that's a lot of time spent on those moves. Let's take a look at other games, guys. We have in this game between Ulf Andersson and John van der Wiel. By the way, I spoke to Richard Feder, who was completely winning against Ulf Andersson, and he told me that I had 10 minutes against 1 minute, and I still couldn't beat him. It's the second time that he gets away with this, and it was so funny to hear his thoughts about the game. But yeah, he definitely had a really good chance to win that game. But yeah, grandmasters doing grandmaster things. It was crazy how Ulf managed to come back from that. But in this game between Ulf Andersson and John van der Wiel, let's see what's going on here. I really like White's position at first glance because of the weak pawns. There are quite big weaknesses, and you have to keep defending them with black. But at the same time, if you move the knight anywhere, let's say knight e5, you will lose the pawn on e2, so you have to be careful here. But knight a5 looks really appealing on the next move, so it's black's turn now. Black has to decide, do they take the knight or no? If you take the knight, you will probably lose the c6 pawn, unless you have some counterplay with rook b8 attacking the pawn on b2. So, alright. Let's take a look at game board 3. Jan Timman against Gebuadze. Alright. Black has a pair of bishops, but white does have more activity going on. White is in charge of the c file. White can place his knight on d4 and start attacking black over here. His pawn e6 is hanging after knight d4. So I see good opportunities for white, but I do have to say that black has a lot of play as well, and that knight is only temporarily on e8. So an e5 will be played, e4, this knight comes around, knight c7, knight e6, and slowly black will come back. f5, f4 also very interesting. So Gebuadze needs to be very careful. Queen e7 on the board. Defending that pawn on e6, of course. After knight c6, you can simply move the queen to f7, safe and sound. Let's move on to the next game. We have Frank Steenbeckers against Dimitri Reinderman. What is happening here? So Dimitri took the poison pawn on b2, right here. And there's a lot of attack here for white. This knight is very strong. This rook is covering the diagonal for the queen to retreat. Usually you want to put it on g7, but if you don't get to play the queen on g7, then it's easier to attack for white. So a lot of opportunities here for white, and not sure what black can do here. I don't think it was worth it to take the pawn. But what else is there? I guess you'd have to start considering developing pieces with bishop f5, for example. But black always needs to stay sharp for potential sacrifices. Or let's say bishop f5. What could white do here to complicate matters? Feels a little loose, huh? The pieces of white feel quite loose. Hard to say what's best. Maybe rook c3 was not the most ideal move. Maybe not the most ideal. I guess what comes to mind is I want to make an idea with queen e3, queen takes h6, and knight f6 work. I think if that's possible, then things will go south real fast for black. Let's move on to another game. We have Manuel Bosboom against Luc van der Hagen. A very exciting start so far. Material-wise, it's even. Black has full control over the d file. But what do you do there? What are you supposed to do on the d file? It's all covered. All those minor pieces, the pawns in the center, they're all covering many squares. So what do you do? And at the same time, this bishop on h5 is completely stuck. Of course, you can play bishop takes f3, but other than that, the knight has no purpose whatsoever. After moves such as bishop c4, and let's say this knight manages to move, this bishop is completely dead. So black needs to be very careful, but there are still a lot of moves possible for black to play here. I mean, there's knight d6 coming in. There is, there you go, knight e6 actually played. Attacking the e4 pawn, and also maybe black wants to prepare the move c5 instead. If you can't access the d file, then perhaps you should shift the attention to the c file instead. So yeah, let's go to the next game. Richard Vedder against William van der Groep. What is this position? Okay, black is up 2 pawns. Black is up 2 full pawns. That looks really promising for Richard, and he's also up almost 10 minutes on the clock, so this is looking like he will most likely win this game. Then we have Colin Stolwijk against Jasper Reichert. A6 on the board, trying to play b5. a5, which is asking for a4 to be played. But at the same time, I guess bishop a5 is also really appealing. Just, there you go, it's played, it's actually on the board. Just because you're attacking the queen and you're putting more pressure on your opponent. The next move, you want to play something like knight b6, knight e5 is also a nice move. Trying to remove those arrows. And yeah, there's a lot going on basically. And black is a little awkward perhaps. But I do have to say that bishop on e4 is very strong. If black can hold on to that bishop for longer, I can see chances arise for black. But for now, I would say I would rather pick the white pieces here. Then we have Kevin van Brummelen. It's always so hard to switch from English to Dutch because all those names are Dutch. So if I say that with my English pronunciation, that's not going to cut it. But anyway, Kevin seems to be completely winning here, up 2 pawns. And white has really weak pawns and a weak king as well. So this is looking good for Kevin and requires some technique, but should be completely fine. Then we have the 2 computers on the live boards. We have Millennium Chess with the black pieces against Henk van der Poel. Henk just faced a computer. That's actually so funny. So Henk just beat a computer. I believe it was Novak Diablo. And now Henk is facing another computer. So that's double the chance. For those who are just tuning in, the players have a chance to win prizes, and one of the prizes are the computer prizes. Computer prizes are as follows. I believe most of the computers give out a bounty of 100 euros. So let's say you win or draw against the computer, you share the prize fund of 100 euros for that specific computer. So let's say the maximum is of course 7. You can split the prize money with 7 people maximum, but if the computer wins the game, then it becomes 6 maximum. So yeah, you want to try to get a result and minimum a draw against the computer. So if we look at this position though, yeah, I was going to say that this is completely winning for white, but then I realized that if white takes the queen, then it's queen versus 2 rooks, and it's suddenly not so easy anymore. So the queen has been captured indeed. Now it is white's job to prove that it's actually winning, or that it's possible to draw this, because I can see the 2 rooks become super active. Once the 2 rooks are connected, that's when you should start worrying. But for now white has some checks, but I can already see this king disappear all the way to b7. So you have to be careful here with white, that for sure, especially because you're facing the strongest computer in the tournament. Then we take a look at the final live board. We have Novak Diablo with the black pieces against Henk Vedder. All the computers are playing with the black pieces, no matter what. So, yeah. That's why the players, basically to give the players a chance, I guess. And that it's more fair in that way. But in this game, it seems to be the case that white is just promoting, and indeed resignation happened just as we tuned into the game. White won the game against Novak Diablo, the computer, so Henk is in contention. Well, he won the prize. He won a prize, but it's unclear yet with how many people he's sharing the prize. So congratulations to Henk. Very convincing attack. We love to see convincing attacks. All right. Get this drink over here. All right. Okay. So, what is going on in board 1? Let's take a look. The pawn structure is so unique. All the pawns of white have left well, not 7th, the 2nd rank, which is quite unusual. All the pawns have been pushed forward, and this light squared bishop is insanely strong. Bishop d3, attacking the pawn on g6, crazy stuff. Black is probably going to be the one defending here, but we do have to say that it's black's turn to play, and bishop takes d4 is awfully appealing to play. Can they still castle? It's a very good question, actually. I think they can. So, okay, you cannot castle queenside, I mean. I believe they can still castle. Yeah, they can still castle both of them. So, that does change things, you would say, but I wonder what the plan is of look after bishop takes d4. What is the idea? Because it's a pawn, but at the same time, you can simply go long castle, and rook e1 can be followed after that. Sometimes people walk over here, they join us, and it's so fun. Knight takes d5. I was thinking of some discovery attack as well, but after knight takes d5, there's bishop takes b2. Bishop is hanging, right? And you don't really have a good follow-up. I think the idea behind sacrificing the pawn on d4 is to simply start developing quickly with long castle. There you go. It's played because black also castled. But the idea was that after a short castle, you want to put the rook on e1, give a check, and start attacking the knight on d7 as well. And maybe white will have some chances this way. Black did not decide to take there. Said long castle was played, and now we're in this position. Look down to 7 minutes. Thomas Beertsen on 8 minutes, and as the time gets less, it gets more tense. Wait, that was rhyming, and I did not do that on purpose. That's great. Great stuff. All right, let's continue. This game is getting interesting, but all the other games are still ongoing. Oh, we also have another result. Kevin van Brummelen beat Aiden Dari very convincingly. Aiden has been playing super well, but tough pairings, and it's hard to keep up the same level. But good job to Kevin. Honestly, bishop sacrifice is not a terrible idea. I think it should definitely be considered because you have this strong pawn on b6. So if you manage to push that pawn, that'll be amazing. I guess the drawback of sacrificing a piece right now is that this knight on d7 is so strong, it's such a strong defender that it's hard to justify the piece sacrifice. I would say if the knight was, let's say, on g4, it would be easier to justify this. So, alright, let's continue. So, in board 2, we have Ulf Andersson against John van der Wiel. This is looking very drawish, but we know that endgames can get really tricky and complicated, and the side with the bishop here will probably continue playing for the win. However, I do have to say it's looking really difficult to play for the win here because you cannot really attack the opponent's pawn. So I have a feeling, okay, I think either we're looking at a draw here, or black is going to flag because black is down to 4 minutes. I confirmed it inside whether there's actually no increment because it's so hard to believe that the players are dealing with no increment. They have 22 minutes on the clock at the start of the game without increment. So they have to be super fast and take care of their time. Kind of makes me want to play as well just so that I can flag all my 7 opponents. But for this time, today, we are commentating, and that's also a lot of fun. Then we have Jan Timman against Alexandre de Geboadze. Not looking good on the clock for Alexandre. Tough game. I'm very tempted to sacrifice my rook, but I can't quite figure out how to justify it. I guess you just retreat the rook. And then prepare rook c1 this way. That could be an idea. But it's very tempting to take on c7 or e6. Of course, on e6 it doesn't make sense because knight takes e6 and the knight covers the queen. So there's no point in considering this. That doesn't work whatsoever. So yeah. White needs to be careful to not overpush. But I would say I really like white's position. I really like white's position here. But I don't like the time situation. 1/2 minute only. Uh-oh. Is knight takes f6 a move? Very interesting. Very interesting. I guess after queen takes f6 you're running into some issues because queen takes f2 is the threat. So you can't play such a move, unfortunately. But it is a really good idea. Maybe that's why we play rook c2. Not that it helps as much, but maybe it could be beneficial in the future. Let's take a look, guys, because in this game, both the players are on the same time on the clock. Knight f4 is played now, and white is threatening that checkmate, guys. If we go back a few moves, I'm really curious what was played. King g7. So bishop f5 was not played, surprisingly enough. I really thought that was going to happen, but maybe I'm missing a simple tactic that does not allow bishop f5 to be played. A quick check with the computer. Yeah, bishop f5 was the only move. And apparently it's completely fine for white, but it's giving zeros after knight f6 and then knight h5. I guess this could be the reason why this was not played upon realizing that, okay, if I play bishop f5, there is a draw at least for my opponent. We don't want that you don't want that when you're the higher rated opponent, right? So the game keeps going. Knight f4 now, attacking this pawn on g6, threatening knight takes g6 with checkmate ideas. Black has to be very careful here. Knight is also heading to h5 to give a check, and it seems really difficult to defend this. Then we have Luc van der Hagen against Manuel Bosboom. I guess Luc managed to infiltrate on the second rank and the third rank as well, because we were talking about this game that it looked really difficult for Black to enter anywhere on the d file, but I guess Luc managed to do it, and he played rook d3 with the idea to play rook b3 and attack the pawn on a3, and thus, yeah, white will be having quite a few difficulties. So not so easy. Looking very good for Black, for sure. Also, look at the time difference. The time difference is usually what gives it away, right? You don't need to have an engine running telling you what the evaluation is when you can just look at the clock situation in Rapid especially. So this is a big tell that, you know, something is wrong. Something terrible happened in this game. So then we're here. It looks like white flagged, but was going to lose anyway. Yeah, the threats are too overwhelming. Queen takes g2 is next. Bishop takes d2, rook takes d2, and you just get checkmated on the next turn pretty much. So you can't really do much about this. Then we have Jasper Rijkaard against Colin Stolwijk. What is going on here? So Black is clearly picking up that pawn on b6. Yeah. What happens after that? So Black has a pair of bishops, which is quite a big deal. I would definitely pick the black pieces here, but the question is, how winning is this? I think in the long run it should be winning for Black, but it's going to be a grind. If your opponent puts up big resistance, then it's going to be very difficult. But let's see. Maybe Black is even considering to take the knight on d4, because that piece is so strong. And after bishop takes d4, e takes d4, this pawn is weak, this pawn is weak, and that is sort of what you're looking for. Because if you spend a move, let's say you take on b6 right away, we make the move on the board. Then white can simply develop the rook to d1 and protect the knight on d4. And if black decides to take that, then you just take back with the rook and your pawn structure is completely fine. Alright, what is happening in this game? White managed to create a passed pawn, guys. White managed to create a passed pawn, and I wouldn't be concerned if I was playing with black pieces. Computers don't really have feelings, I guess, but I would be very concerned here with the black pieces because there's so many threats going on here. Bishop f7 is such a clever move because it threatens queen d3 check, besides the fact that it threatens bishop takes e8. But at the same time, rook e7 simply pins the bishop. You can give a check, play rook d7, but you don't really want to take here and only then play h7, right? So you want to make sure that you get more out of this than just, yeah, bishop f7 and rook e7, and that's it. You want to have more. Alright. Oh, do I see some flags? I think we see some broken boards. Oh no! We see some boards breaking. Let's quickly move around. What is going on? Dimitri down to 30 seconds. Uh-oh, maybe we're missing some moves. I have a feeling we're having some connection issues because all the games lost the clocks and we don't see new moves coming in just yet. Uh-oh. Okay, there's still this game going on, or haven't really seen a new move in forever. Uh-oh. What to do? What to do? Alright, let's pull up this game. I don't have any new moves coming in just yet. Let me quickly take a look at the website because we do have the DGT link over there. Let me take a look. Uh-oh, DGT live chess class also seems pretty broken. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're not getting more moves in, guys. Oh no. Maybe we should take a look inside then. What's going on inside? Should we become paparazzi, guys? Because we don't have moves anymore. So let's just hop inside because the games do not have so much time left. We're not at TwitchCon. I'm in Spakenburg right now. We are at this place because of a chess tournament. I'm commentating on a Fishpartners Open, and it's an awesome event. And let's quickly figure out a way to get the camera up because it looks like I will not be able to show you guys the games anymore. The games seem to be broken. So let's just hop inside since I have the camera. Let's see. Need to flip it. Yes. Okay. Oh, okay, the moves are back. The moves are back. We're good. We're good. We don't have to go anymore. The moves are back, so we are good. What happened? Ooh, moves are being repeated. Maybe Hank can get a draw off of Millennium Chess? They didn't want me to, no. It's okay. 20 seconds left on the clock for Hank. Did he manage to get a draw off of Millennium Chess? In the meantime, Colin still won his game. And we have Richard Federer winning his game as well. Ulf Andersson and John van der Wiel drew their game, which was expected. This game is getting tense, guys. Thomas Beers against Luc van Wely. Thomas with the black pieces up on the clock with 2 minutes 40 seconds for Luc. What is going to happen now as Luc is down on the clock by a lot? I'm curious if we still can get moves in, or are we not getting the moves in just yet? I think we're still lagging quite a bit, guys. So I think it's okay. Rookie 2 on the board. Oh, quite a lot of moves were played already. Let's quickly take a look. Black is pressing big time, everybody. The knight on d2 is hanging, can simply be captured, and black will be up a piece. This seems to be game over. This seems to be game over. And Jan Timman lost to Alexandre Gebuadze. Even though Alexandre was down on the clock by a lot, he did play the move rook c2 and then took on f6. What a nice find by Alexandre. He takes the pawn on e5, and this king is not safe. Jan tries to defend the king as much as possible, but it's not enough. Queen e4 check, queen takes d3, and now it is game over as the threats are too much. Queen takes a7, h7 is a threat, as well as queen e5 check. Alexander Gebuadze takes down Jan Timman and is now on 4 out of... No, he did... I have to double check what his score is. He's not on 4 out of 4, I believe. Oh, he is a 4 out of 4. Okay, he did win all his games. I had to double check because some of the title players have not won all their games, so we have to confirm this. But yeah, one more game happening, guys. One more game. One more game going on. What is happening here? Why is there a computer playing the tournament? This is a special tournament where there's 4 computers playing. There's an operator that makes the moves on the board based on what the computer tells the operator to do, basically. And they are using engine boards, special engine boards. Okay, maybe we should tune in when there's the final moments of the game. Maybe we should tune in inside in the playing hall to see what happens. I'm sure you guys would love to see the final seconds of a game. Boom, 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 boom. You don't have to see it that way, Bobby Fischer. It's just a fun addition to the tournament, and there's also prizes involved. So those that play against the computer are definitely not wasting their time, because if they get a result against the computer, they are sharing a prize fund of 100 euros. And we have the computers not set on full strength. Well, they're not like Stockfish, but we have 4 special computers. These are special computers that are not as strong as, let's say, Stockfish or all the other strong engines. The highest engine level of this tournament is 2450. So yeah. Okay, I'm trying to see if we get the moves in now, but I have a feeling that wait, was this actually like a full rook? Ah, because of that, I missed it. I missed it a little bit. But this is looking like Thomas has clinched a win in this game. And that could mean that Thomas and Alexandre will face each other, as they are both on 4 out of 4. Most likely. Let me double check this. They're putting the results in now in chess results. I think Hank managed to get a draw, but don't have the confirmation just yet. In the meantime, we should decide, everybody, who deserves the prize of their round. Who deserves it? Who deserves the prize of the round? Haha, thanks, Mahuma, thanks. It's super bright in here, by the way, so I have trouble seeing actually like what you guys are seeing on the screen. Who played the game of the round, everybody? Let me quickly take a look. Okay, this is quite classy. This was quite classy. Wow, the king going all the way to h5. Wait a second. This is looking like a potential one. Ooh. This one is potentially, could be the winner potentially. This one I really like. The rook on d2, the king all the way to h5, and white is completely hopeless over here. That could be an interesting one. This one was well played, but nothing too crazy. Oh, was this... Oh, I think Hank flagged because it says that he lost. Ouch. That's painful. What about this game? This one was also pretty solid, but felt like black gave it all away for some reason. Oh, in this game, Frank was putting up so much pressure. He was playing so well, but it was not enough. It was not enough. Wait, he was up. Oh, Frank was up the exchange. And he lost. Ouch. Oh, gosh. No. Oh, no. Oh, I guess he... Oh. Okay, that's... He just completely missed his pawn hang, I guess. Ouch. Because Frank played amazingly. Frank played amazingly, but that is so unfortunate. Okay. I think, I'm debating between Richard for this round and Alexandre, because Alexandre played also amazing chess. He played absolutely amazing. Beating the man himself. But I like the game of Richard more. Do you guys agree? What do you guys think? Do you guys think that Richard deserves the prize or no? What do you guys think? I'm curious to hear your thoughts, because you guys can also make your voice be heard, because we are basically giving away a lot of, well, we have some prizes to give away. We have for every single round the best game, the best, the player that played the best game or made the most beautiful moves of some sorts. That player will go home with a prize, and the prize is a chess book signed by the one and only Jan Timman. So it is one of his books that he will be signing here, and we have one book for every single round. Yeah, that king walk to h5, it was sort of forced, but at the same time, yeah, just looked like an amazing, terrific attack. Has the same person won 2 books yet? I actually don't remember. Let me check my notes. Let me check my notes for that. Oh, I forgot to write down round 3. Oh no. I don't think so. I forgot to write down round 3, guys. Oh no. Who did we have for round 3 again? I think I was going to confirm this. I think I was going to confirm this still. Someone is playing football in front of me. I think it's someone that's playing here in the tournament. The same way that English speaking people say it, Blue. The same way. Let me try to recall these games. Wait, we also voted for Richard in round 3? Oh yeah! Oh no, we can't have Richard win again! We already have Richard on round 4. He was beating Ulf, yeah. Yeah, we can have it as Troostprijs, but then we need to switch round 4. We can't have him win twice. Who are you rooting for in the World Championship match? You're asking the real questions, man. It's I'm not rooting for anyone. Yeah, I guess Jan Timman's opponent, yeah. Yeah, I think we will go with Aiden, because he has played super well. I think that will be the vote. We will vote for Aiden. Alright. Ooh. If someone shoots the wrong side, guys, we have a problem in this booth. I'm kidding, of course. Alright, let's take a look. Guys, we have the pairings of round 5 as follows. Thomas Beertsen with the white pieces against Alexander Tegebuadze. Board 2, Dimitri Reinderman against Ulf Andersson. And board 3, John van der Wiel against Luc van Wedi. And the opponents of the computers, Rafael Gaudrian is facing the Millennium Chess computer, and Hussam Al Hassan is facing Novak Diablo on board 10. Novak Diablo is only on 1.5 point out of 4. And meanwhile, they put Novak Diablo on live board, while the Cytic Renaissance Spark is on 2200 rating. But that computer is on 3 points actually, so interesting. So for those who are wondering, we have 4 computers participating in this tournament. 4 computers, yes. Actual engines. We have operators that are making the moves on the board, and they're not like full strength, as in, well, maybe they are full strength, but they're not as strong as Stockfish. The Millennium Chess one is 2450 estimated, and it's a fun addition to the tournament. It's a unique experience, and also you get to have the opportunity to win a prize. If you manage to get a result against the computers, then you're sharing a prize fund of 100 euros per computer, basically. So. Somewhat. You can read it on chess results. I think the games are about to start. The next round is starting any moment now. Let me pour this in here. All right. Okay. Switch to round 5. Wow. Round 5 about to start, everyone. As you guys know, there's only 7 rounds, so these last few rounds are going to be very important. Now will be determined who is going to be competing for first place. And as you guys may know already, or if you don't, that's also completely fine, because I'm here to remind you guys what the players are fighting for. First place goes home with 800 euros. Second place, 600 euros. Third place, 400 euros. Fourth place wins 250 euros. Fifth place, 150 euros. And sixth place, 75 euros. So there's a lot of prizes. And then we also have rating prizes. We have computer prizes, as I mentioned before. And there's basically a lot to play for. It's awesome. I think Fidelity Elite was supposed to be playing here as well, which is one of the other computers, but they were not able to be here, unfortunately. So we only have 4 computers playing this year. The commentator wins the glory to have the pleasure to commentate and have a good time with you guys, and also enjoy enjoy the games. Let's see. The game should start any moment now. The players are taking their time. I can still hear people walking around, not sitting down behind their boards. And maybe you will also get an audience here. So we're just waiting for the round to start. Round 5 is supposed to start soon. I'm just checking real quick what's going on over there. But audience of bugs. Yeah, it's there's quite a lot of flies around here. Quite a lot. Yeah, super exciting day of chess, guys. Super awesome to be here. I played here a few years ago, and I really enjoyed it. I wonder if I can look up the in the archives. I think I played in 2018 or 19. I think even in 18. Yeah, I played in 2018, guys. I played in 2018 and I performed like a 2300. Let's go! I finished 10th. But I shared 5th place. But on tiebreaks I was 10th. That's a bit upsetting. But yeah, that's so cool. Wait, I was ahead of Jan Timman. I didn't know this. Wait, that's crazy. I finished ahead of Jan Timman. I didn't know this. Wow. I was actually good back then? Crazy. Wow. I had no memory of this. It's insane. Yeah, I didn't play in 2019 anymore. Sad. Yeah, in 2019 we had Grandmaster Pevatronic, rated 3000 and almost won all their games, almost. Oh, in 2008, wait. Yeah, in 2018 the computers were stronger, yeah. I remember this. Oh, the games have started, guys. I got sidetracked. I got distracted quite a bit. The games are on, and what opening do we see? The French. We love to see that. D4, D5, Knight C3, and Bishop B4, the winner. So this is usually there's a lot of theory known about the winner. One of the reasons why a lot of French players avoid this, because it can get it gets really sharp, overly sharp, theoretical, and people have analyzed this so much that it's not fun to play. But this is rapid. Anything can happen in rapid. A4. The players seem to know their theory pretty well here. So f takes g6 is quite a strange move, but the idea is simple. You want to open up the rook and potentially just plant your rook on f5 and try to disturb white's attack. Most intriguing opening I've seen. Ooh, good question. It must be one of the gambits, but I can't think of any gambit that was really like driving me crazy. I can't think of an opening that's most intriguing to me. I feel like the pool of like intriguing openings is so big that it's hard to pick one. Let's go to the next game. So here we have another almost Trompovsky game, but slightly different. Yeah, I guess London. London is high in the list, yes. Alright. Dimitri Dijnderman against Ulf Andersson. What is going on here? Not much yet. Not much yet. We're just in the starting phase of the game. Players are developing their pieces. Bishop goes out probably to d6. And, yeah. White is taking their time. It's interesting. e4 is very appealing, but probably a bit too early, and you want to play c4 instead. So you usually don't touch this pawn unless it's really necessary. Especially not with the bishop in e7, targeting that bishop on g5. Ooh, we see a fun Sicilian here. Oh, the Taimanov. Take, and f5. This is apparently... 95 is apparently never played before. I guess because we kind of deviated early on. We deviated early on. Now with f5, it does look a lot like Scheveningen, yeah. So with f5, white is putting early pressure on that pawn e6, and thus also on the king, because black is not going to castle anytime soon. These pieces are stuck for now, and by the time that black gets the pieces out, white is already attacking like a madman, and it's not easy to see how black can handle this. I really like white's position. I'm a big fan. I'm I'm curious to see how Luke is going to handle this. Massive Chess Dojo, thanks for the 8 months. Thanks so much. Commentary and Rotterdam. I'm back in Rotterdam tomorrow. I'm back in Rotterdam. Today I'm not in Rotterdam, and not planning to go either. Exactly. If you push e5, then the knight will jump to d5 at some point, and that looks disastrous too. So not an easy position here for black. Let's continue, because the games are so fast, guys. Before you know it, we're already down to 5 minutes. This was a classic. Pierce defends the Austrian attack. This is very aggressive play by white, but if you push too much, then your pawns get weak. So you gotta know what you're doing in this line. And queen b6 check. So black sacrificed a pawn to be able to recapture the pawn on b2 and ruin the pawn structure of white. But at the same time, bishop takes d5 is very appealing because after e takes d5, that pawn on d5 will become super weak and the knights are going to be really strong. I have more faith in white's knights than that bishop on c8. That bishop is not the greatest piece and it's going to take some time to develop it. If we get the opportunity to even do so. You're missing Rotterdam already? Aww. It is a nice city. It's very nice. Okay, let's continue. We have Luc van der Hagen against Henk van der Poel. Henk is the one that plays against all the computers almost. No, not really, but yeah. Anyway, it's 21 moves in this line, and we still have 2 games matching the exact position over here. That is insane. What was his opening? It was an Italian with knight c3, bishop g5. Okay, d4, take. And apparently this is all theory. I've never seen this before. And this is the current position, so this... What does black actually do here? Because if rook e7, there's rook takes, and rook f1. And that way you get your rook entering the 7th rank again, and doesn't look great at all. But instead, bishop e6 was played, bishop takes b7, and now we have 4 games matching the exact same position or something? Or I think it's still 2. It's still 2, I think. It's still 2. Hahaha. Most intriguing opening. Maybe. So here we have Laurens van Tillert against Richard Vedder. What happened here just now? Okay, nothing too crazy. E6 is a common move in this pawn structure, where you try to get rid of that pawn on f7. That pawn is a good defender, so if we get rid of that, suddenly there's so many holes in black's position, so white will have an easier time to put pressure on the opponent. Let's continue with Jimmy Geboers against Colin Stolwijk. Colin has a really nice attack going on here. Looks very promising because of course black cannot take because of queen h7 check, mate, and yeah, what to do? Black just went short castle because the pawn was pinned anyway, and also knight takes f7 is a threat. After queen takes f7, there's bishop g6 losing the queen. So that's why short castle was necessary. And now the question is, what do you do? How do you proceed here? Do you play rook f3, rook g3, and hope that you can make some queen takes h6 work? Preferably with the knight gone elsewhere. Do you play g4 over here, and then f5, and then continue from there? There's a lot of options here for white. White needs to be clever, but I think Colin knows what to do here. This game is looking tense as well. D takes e4 was the last played move. You'd have to recapture it, but the question is, I guess, with what? Preferably with the knight. You don't want to ruin your pawn structure by taking with the pawn, because that pawn is not going anywhere. Interesting. We still have the computers to check. This seems rather... Let me count the pieces. Seems to be even. But why is the one, I think, putting pressure? Knight f5 is incoming. Pawn g7 is hanging. The rooks will stack on the g file. And there's too much going on here. Too much. So I'm curious to see if Millennium Chess can survive this, but it's looking good for Rafael. It's looking very good here. And here we have h6 on the board. Can Hussam defeat this computer that has not been doing so well in the tournament so far? So far, White's position is looking pretty good, but maybe a little bit too passive. White will need to castle very soon and start stacking the rooks on the d file before it's too late. This is not a Fanta, no. Knight f4 on the board. I have seen almost the exact same position in one of the books I've read. I think this was in Jacob Agard's book. But I have no memory what the purpose was of this position. But it's very, very, very similar. How did the queen sacrifice happen? Wow, it was pretty much voluntarily done. Okay. So, black has 2 rooks for the queen. And on top of that, black also has another pawn. A passed pawn even. So now the question is, does white have enough counterplay? Maybe you can start with move rook f5 to stop any sort of knight takes e6. Maybe you just focus on pushing the pawn and don't care about the pawn on e6. But there's also knight takes d5 hanging. So many questions, so many opportunities, that so many moves that cannot be played. See you, Box. Thanks for joining. Thanks for joining us. Okay. Let's see. Let's take a look at how the games have made progress. This game is going to take a long time, I think, because the players are playing super solid. Nothing concrete is happening just yet. It's just making subtle, small moves on the board and not making very big decisions. So I think this game is going to take some time. This one, on the other hand, is looking very tense. We left off at f5, queen c7 takes, okay. Ooh, knight takes e4, nasty move. So John sort of missed that pawn was hanging. He was thinking that rook has to move. But now if the knight takes e4, he has to take back. The queen is hanging otherwise. And also knight takes c3 is in the air. So knight takes, knight c3. And rook g6. Rook g6 is on the board. That rook feels misplaced, but at the same time, the rook is necessary to defend all the forces of black. So, yeah. Interesting position. I like black's position, of course, because black is up a pawn and has the bishop pair, but needs to start developing. So let's see if Luke has the time for that. I think black does. I think black does have the time for that. Ooh, another poisoned pawn, or maybe it's not a poisoned pawn. Knight f6 check on the board. This seems to be crushing, just for the simple reason that that queen on a3 is out of the game. If you take, then pawn takes, and as soon as a queen lands on h6, it's completely over. Especially because there's also knight g5 around the corner. Rook d8 on the board, giving some luft to the king. If possible, black will run towards that side. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. That's going to be very interesting. Then we have this game, 5 versus 5 pawns. But black has a really weak pawn. Yeah, I think Luke got this one in the back already just by seeing this. Maybe it's not going to be so easy, but white is easily winning that pawn on d5. That pawn is not going anywhere. Black is not in time with moving the king towards the center. and you're just here just in time to attack the pawn and win it. But I'm now sensing that there's maybe rook c7 check, king b6, the rook has to retreat. You can take the pawn on a6, I guess. I guess that is why white is should be winning here. I think so. But not so clear. Not so clear just yet. Let's keep an eye on this game because this is the most important game of the round. Who of the 4-point leaders are going to advance? There's only 2 of them actually. There's only 2 that have 4 points. So whoever wins this is going to take a sole lead in the tournament. So this game matters a lot. h5 is on the board. I believe that was also mentioned in Jacob Ager's book, but I have to double check this. I'm actually super curious if that was the case. But h5 on the board now, attacking the pawn on g6, and you preferably don't want to take on h5 because after knight takes h5, there's bishop f6 in the air. That pawn on g7 is a huge weakness, and it's very unclear for black what to do, how to defend, because the pieces lack harmony. They don't have harmony whatsoever, and that is why it is difficult for black to defend. Rook takes f4, played for this reason, but this is, I feel like, barely delaying the pain, because you take with the queen, bishop e7 is the idea to then play queen f8, and that's a checkmate already, but assuming that black will find a way to stop the checkmate, the king should be able to run away. But the problem is, once black plays knight c6, there's no bishop e7 anymore. So then you have to look for other measures. But this is looking very good for Thomas Beardson. Let's see what he decides to do here, as it is his turn and he has to recapture that rook, of course. This one is heading to a draw, but we never know. You never know. 2 knights versus 2 knights endgame is... sounds tricky. Sounds very tricky. This one is also super exciting. The rook went to e1 with the idea that we want to play the move knight to d5 at some point. So let's see what black comes up with, because this position is not easy at all. Not at all. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Let's go back here. Queen takes f4 is on the board indeed. What is black going to play here now? Has to play knight c6, I think. Oh, we have a result, guys. Luc van der Hagen beats Henk van der Poel, as I expected. Oh, I think the board broke because I don't see the moves anymore. Oh, actually, never mind. I think this is how the game ended. Bishop takes d5. After bishop takes, there's c4, and that's it. The pawn on a6 is dropping as well. And black's position simply collapsed. So good game by Luc van der Hagen. Very well done. And we will proceed with the other games now. Let's take a look. Luc is going to be on 4 points. So that is a pretty high score, and will mean that he will probably be facing maybe not a GM, but at least a strong player, a very strong player. But Luc is also a strong player himself, rated 2300. See you, Chaos. Okay, we see some major time differences here. Colin is down to 7 minutes. Is it enough for him to convert here? Because he has a really good position. You see, you plant a rook on g3 and it's over. It's over here, g3, and it's completely over. And also e takes f6 is a big threat now. So what is black going to do here? Tough situation. Tough situation here for black. Oh, wow. Bishop f6, what a move! Wow, I wonder if that was the best move in the position. It was! Wow! Bishop f6 on the board. The idea is simple. If black takes, you take back with the e-pawn, and now you have this very strong pawn on f6, and you're basically going to play queen g5, g7, and e7 checkmate perhaps. And if you try to defend this by putting the bishop to g6, we will just play either queen c7 or queen h6, whatever works and comes naturally. Instead, rook b7 was played, of course. Now the question is how to proceed here. I'm guessing that you play queen g5, bishop e8 will occur. So not so clear. Not so clear what black can do. Okay, this game is still very, very drawish. Let's see, g4 on the board. This is getting tense, everyone. Another loss would be quite disastrous for Luke. He has to win this game, but his position is looking quite awkward. What he does have going for him are those dark squares around the king. If he wants to win, he should probably try to control those squares and make something happen there, because otherwise it's going to be really difficult, right? So knight on the board, heading to d4 or f4. And this rook feels so misplaced. Not easy to see what to do. Maybe you can play e5 now, but then maybe the knight will retreat and then go to d5. So yeah, tough situation here for black. Oh, bishop takes g7 was played, and now king d8, and you're picking up the knight, and now white has this pawn over here that can move forward to f5. And then as soon as you get rid of the pawn on e6, you can start pushing the e-pawn. This is getting interesting, guys. We may have someone, well, I think that Thomas is going to win this game, and if he wins this game, he will be the sole leader of the tournament. It's getting very exciting. Final few rounds. Remember, guys, we have 7 rounds in this tournament. We're now in round 5. The final 2 rounds is going to be a massive bloodbath. And the one that you can argue that the one that's most lucky is going to win the tournament, but usually the number 1 player deserves it, and second or third or fourth are usually the ones that got either they deserved it or deserve better, or they got lucky pairings. It's very common in those 7-round tournaments to get lucky pairings and then suddenly end up high in the standings just because you got lucky pairings. It's very possible. Okay, e5 on the board. I really like that move, stopping the knight from going to d4 or f4, and at the same time opening up the bishop to stand on e6, for example. Bishop takes d4 on the board. Okay. What was this? Okay. Oh my goodness, I thought, what was that? My door started moving. Okay. Rook takes, queen takes e7, queen b6, knight d5. Bishop takes, king h1, and queen takes b2. Okay, so black is picking up the pawns, but white is trying to attack here. White is trying to attack, and I would be terrified if I was black here. But I guess queen takes b2, it also prepares bishop g7. So in case of bishop h6, you can simply retreat to g7 and everything is fine, or at least should be fine. So that is looking good for black at least. But black needs to remain cautious. And white, I'm not sure if the attack going on here is enough for white. Probably not. Queen is defending too well on that long diagonal over here. And we have another result in, guys. Millennium Chess Computer drew Rafael Gaudrian. So congratulations to Rafael for drawing Millennium Chess. Not an easy task. And he managed to do it pretty convincingly, I have to say. He did not seem to have any trouble with it whatsoever, because the pieces just shut everything down, and then it turned into this kind of drawish situation that where neither player can make progress. Okay, so here we have Andries Dekker down to 2 minutes. What is going on in this game? Suddenly it got very tricky. Suddenly the board exploded. Bishop takes, knight takes. Okay, whoa. What is this? Queen takes h2 is a threat. F takes e2 is a threat. Queen takes d4 is potentially a threat. Queen e3 check is a threat. Madness! So I think Manuel is just going to win this like he always does in these super sharp positions. This is his style. This is his specialty, one can even argue. Let's go back to the top boards, guys. It is a lot of threats, yes. Queen 7 on the board, taking it easy. Once that pawn leaves, the rook becomes vulnerable. Ooh, this is a nice trick, guys. Well, yeah, I think it works. Let's say the pawn moves. Queen f6 check. The king moves anywhere. Queen e8 check. And you win the rook because it's not defended anymore. So if not a5, if you can push that pawn, then rook a6? Yeah, that's not going to cut it. You still give the check wherever the king goes, and you play f5. That rook is pinned. And next you can play queen d8 check. You can involve the pawn, move it forward, and then it gets very tricky for black to defend that. That looks disastrous. We have another result, guys. Dimitri Reinemann drew against Uwe Andersson as expected. The 2 knights endgame, that is just not going to be anything when both players have the same amount of pawns. And also, I wouldn't say it's symmetrical, but it's on the same files, you know? So I think that's why it's just so drawish. This game is getting very exciting, guys. Hey Matthew, welcome. It's going amazing. We are at round 5 right now. There is 2 more rounds after this round, and I'm so excited to see who is going to win the tournament. The games are so far super exciting. Thomas Beers is having good chances to win his game, and he is currently leading together with his opponent with 4 out of 4. And if Thomas Beers wins this game, he will be leading the tournament with 5 out of 5. So let's take a look. Let's take a look what is going to happen. Some of the games are still ongoing. Let's see. This game is insane. Knight is jumping to f4, most likely to d5 then. It's a crazy situation. Yes, one person will take the soul lead. And this is the round. From this round onwards, things get super exciting. We're at round 5. The last 3 rounds are usually the rounds that, you know, everything is decided. And you need to score points in these rounds for sure. You can't afford to have a draw just like that, or a win. I mean, a loss. A win is, of course, amazing. But a loss is already pushing you down the list by a lot. So yeah, this game is going to be super interesting, but I'm curious to see how Luke will defend here, because it's... I would not be happy with the with the black pieces here. Rook b8, Alexandre is giving up on that pawn because he does not want to allow any sort of f5, so he went back to defensive mode. Can he survive this position? Probably not, given the time difference. If he had the same amount of time as Thomas had, he would definitely stand a chance to protect everything. But seeing how he is also down on the clock by a lot. Only 2 minutes left, and he also does not receive any additional increment. Because of that, it's hard to say that he will have a chance and he'll be fine. So, yeah. I think that's just the harsh truth. Alright, King Jade on board. White took that pawn on a7. What's next? The King March. The King March to f6 or h6. I would love to see that. I think it's actually going to happen, guys. I think it may actually happen. I think it may actually happen. After this game, we'll have a short break where I will go get another drink, guys, so don't worry. We have a draw between Colin Stolwijk and Jimmy Gebroers. It felt like Colin had a really nice attack going here, but I guess it was just not enough. Not quite. Evaluation after this was equal as, yeah. Okay, it was slightly better, but very difficult to say if that was going to change matters a lot. Oh, King h3 was very important. King h3 was so important. And now White had to settle for a draw. The Black King would have gone to h3. Then Rook g3 is a massive threat. If Queen e1 right now, you can just take the pawn. Whereas on h4, White got checked on e1. And now you cannot take the pawn anymore. Whoa, what's going on here? What is going on here? Oh yeah, I forgot. I almost forgot about this position, but knight g4 with so many threats. I think Manuel actually already won this game because this is devastating. This is crushing. Let's go back to this board. Board 1. Can Thomas win this game and take the sole lead in the tournament? Let's find out. 7 minutes on the clock for Thomas. He has a lot of time on this clock compared to his opponent, who is down to 1/2 minute. Remember, guys, the time control is 22 minutes for each side. That's it. There's no increment, nothing. It's as simple as 22 minutes. And if you end up with 10 seconds on the clock, you would have to start playing bullet. Over the board bullet. So that's going to be, it's very exciting. It's very tense. Thanks, Matthew. Thanks so much. Hope you're having a good time. Yeah, I was thinking as well that maybe there are fortress opportunities. I was thinking of that as well, but I have a feeling... You would say that there are some things, such as Queen c8 check, Queen takes f5. I think Thomas will keep playing for sure, knowing that his opponent is on 1/2 minute and will flag any moment now. This is the commentary booth at a football field. Let's take a look. So the queens are off the board in this game. White has the exchange, as in 2 rooks versus rook and bishop, but black has 3 pawns for it. So I trust Luke to win this game now, because that is just too many pawns. And, well, he's trying to trade rooks. And if black trades those rooks, then it's suddenly not so easy anymore, because this pawn is not going anywhere. All these pawns are kind of stuck. This rook is controlling so many squares, so impossible to see how you actually have to respond to rook f1. Do you just trade rooks, or do you just repeat with rook h8, rook h1, etc.? Yeah, that sounds about right, Matthew. That sounds about right. have a feeling white missed some opportunity here to strike, but how? Not so easy. Okay, the players are making their moves super fast. Maybe it is a fortress. Maybe it is a fortress. Let's see how Jan Timman is doing. He seems to be heading for a win here as he's up a pawn. White's pieces are much stronger, of course, so this is counting down to the final seconds in this game. This is where we left off. Crazy stuff, crazy. Wow. Yeah, I don't think the pair of bishops is actually enough for black. This pawn is not going anywhere, really. And the bishops are not doing so much other than just standing there. And you need a few more pieces. If black had one more knight, maybe it could have been interesting and winning. But for now, it's not looking good for black. We're getting some more results, guys. Manuel Bosman won his game. Okay, that was already assumed. Novak Diablo won the game. Just to quickly have a look what happened. Oh, that is a nasty tactic. Queen takes f3, knight d2 check. Ooh. Thanks so much, Matthew. Thank you. See you later. Okay, Alexandra down to 30 seconds, guys. He's probably just going to flag, but at the same time, how can white make progress? It feels... Whoa! That king went just from f2, teleporting to a3. That king is going places. Maybe we're going to witness a massive sacrifice of the queen. That would be crazy. So it was just here, and then it went all the way around. Wow, 23 seconds left for Alexandre. Yeah, that's not looking good, huh? That's not looking good. This has to be lost, no? It doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like white should be surviving here, but maybe there's a chance. Maybe there's a chance for John van der Wiel to survive this madness. King g2. Okay. Stopping a lot from happening. Bishop h3 is possible, but we would just put the king on h1. We just put it there. Oh, wait, whoa, what happened? Oh, wow, so clever. He got rid of the e-pawn so that he can take on d5. And then after that, he just has to pass d-pawn. Wow, and this is completely winning. Very well calculated because takes king g5. By the time we pick up the pawn, white already promotes, and that's it. Very well played by Thomas Beertsen, and I think with that he has won this game, meaning that Thomas Beertsen is leading the tournament now with 5 points out of 5. Can he continue the streak with 2 games left in the tournament? Let's take a look, guys. The results are slowly coming in. Luc van Wely manages to win his game after all. It was not so simple, but he managed to win the game as indeed bishop g4 prepares the move bishop f3, and now you just take back the bishop, and next is bishop, and take back with the bishop, and next you just play bishop f3. Jan Timman wins this game, and now this is the only game left in the round, at least on the live boards. Queen f4 check has been played. This should be winning for white easily. Well, I'm saying easily, but then there's moves such as bishop g5 possible. Fortunately for white, there's queen f8 check and you're not losing anything, but it does feel a little dangerous. It does feel scary. A lot of moves have been played. This is exactly what happened. King d4. Alright. Players are making their moves fast. Only 1 minute left on the clock. Only 1 minute. Brutal time control. Very brutal. Very brutal. The moves are coming in a little bit slowly with delay, so we're waiting for the moves to come in. But I'm expecting a lot of moves to be made super quickly. Yeah, I don't think Laurens is losing on the clock that easily. I don't think so. Whoa! Okay, that escalated quickly. Okay, we left off around here. Okay, so massive time scramble here. White gave up the rook. And is... There is ways to draw. There's ways to find a draw here. But the most easy way to win, I guess, would be h6 and... I want to play king g6, h7, and then king f7 of some sort to push a g-pawn. That would be my winning idea. That would be my winning plan. h6 on the board, indeed. Actually, with the bishop moves, you can just play g6, g7, blah blah. And you just promote. This game should be over very soon. Let's take a look. Oh, I think... Oh, no. We don't have more moves. We don't have... Oh, there you go. We do have more moves. It's a bit confusing. Oh! We have... Wait. What happened? Wait. Wait. What? What happened here? Wait. I think white gave up all the pieces to not lose on the clock. Because if you have pieces on the board, there is always some sort of practical, like a theoretical way to lose. But practically it's not going to happen. I think white on purpose, purposely gave away all the pieces just to not lose on the clock. That's crazy. That's crazy. White was completely winning but did not have enough time. Wow, this game I think ended in a draw. That it would be completely insane. Oh my goodness. I think those on the board, they're like, okay, like what is the result now after all? That would be completely crazy. Bishop versus rook and queen. I guess... Let's see, can we self-mate? Yeah, I don't think you can. You always capture the bishop somehow. That's crazy. Yeah, I can't think of anything. Right. Oh, that's so funny. That's so crazy. Let's check if chess results has been updated. Not yet. Okay, I think this means the end of the round, everyone. I am going for a short break to get some drink and get some rest. I'll be right back with you guys. Don't go anywhere. We will be back for the last 2 rounds of Fishpartners Open. This tournament is epic. awesome. So much drama and action happening. And in the final two rounds, things are going to be even more crazy. So make sure to stick around, everyone. Don't go anywhere. We are heading to a short break, and I will see you guys very, very soon. So let me just quickly change the scene, and I will see you guys very soon. Hello everyone and welcome back to round 6 now already of the Fishpartners Open. Let's pull up the games as the games have already started. We will, after the game, we'll go back to round 5 to determine the winner of one of the signed chess books by Jan Timman. But first, let's take a look at round 6. What is happening here? Because as I told you guys, as we discussed earlier, we have one sole leader in the tournament already. Thomas Beertsen is leading the tournament with 5 out of 5. And, well, he only needs to win 2 more games. Sometimes it's that simple, right? But he does have quite a tough challenge because now he's facing another Grandmaster. He's facing Grandmaster Dimitri Reinderman. But the good part for him is that everyone is 1 point lower than him at least. Nobody is half a point behind him. So he is able to draw one of his games with ease and then win the other one. He could maybe even afford making 2 draws in the last 2 rounds. But okay, I'm sure he will try to fight for a win in this round. And his chances are looking very good with only 2 rounds to go. So, first we have Thomas Beertsen against Dimitri Reinderman. Then on board 2 we have Luc van Wely against Laurens van Twillert, who has been playing very well with 4 points out of 5. Only has a rating of 2000, but has gotten some nice wins so far. Then we have Ulf Andersson against Luc van der Hagen. And then we have one more person with 4 points, Alexander de Geboadze against Manuel Bosboom. So, exciting pairings. Real looking forward to the games. Let's see how the game started. I see already in the first game something unusual. The O'Kelly variation is Sicilian. Knight c3, b5, g3, bishop b7, bishop g2, e6, d4, c takes, knight takes, and knight c6. The O'Kelly is a bit of a strange opening because we don't really want to play a6 on at such an early time. But the trick is that you don't allow white to play d4, because if white gets to play d4, then c takes d4, knight takes d4, and then let's say knight f6, knight c3 to defend the pawn. Then you face e5, and usually in the Sveshnikov you place the knight on b5, but here you can't. You have to retreat, and that is a disaster, because then bishop b4 comes in, the pawn is under attack, and disaster follows. So because of that, the O'Kelly is quite an interesting resource, but of course at this level, they know how to handle the O'Kelly, and white plays knight c3. g3, bishop b7, bishop g2, some developing moves, and now d4 is perfectly fine because there is enough protection on that pawn on e4. Knight c6, short castle, and now we're in this position, a classic Sicilian, but this time the bishop is developed to g2, which is also pretty common in certain lines. King can go to h1, f4 can be played, f5, and the focus will be on marching that f-pawn forward. It depends how black proceeds, but if black goes short side, if black goes casting short side, you can also consider playing g4 and pushing the g-pawn as well on the king side. d4 was captured, but now knight e7. The knight is heading to c6. And this reminds me of... This is very similar to lines in the... I believe in the Khan variation. I believe so. Or I always confuse Khan and Taimanov. They're such similar openings. Maybe the Taimanov actually. They're both very similar. The idea is basically that you can try to go for queen d2. So let's say you make a move here. What do you do here? Let's say play king h1 just for the sake of it. Knight c6, queen d2. And the idea is that you want to develop the bishop to b2 on this diagonal. And yeah, you have a lot of play going on there this way. But a4 is played instead, also a very logical move, because of course you need to attack that pawn on b5. You can't just allow that pawn to be there. And with that, Thomas is down to 17 minutes against Dimitri's 19 minutes. But it's still early. It's still early. Too early to call anything. Let's take a look at board 2. Board 2 started as a Slav defense, semi-Slav, and here there's a capture on d5, and we are back into some sort of Queen's Gambit declined position. These are the typical combat structures where Black's knight is heading to f8, possibly to g6, but also possible to maneuver to f5. That's the main plan. But if whether that happens is another question. It really depends. But yeah, Black goes for the b5 move instead, attacking on the queen side. Usually the attack on the queen side is done by White. So I'm curious to see how Luke will counter this. How will Luke face this this unusual move, so to say. Do you already have the move knight takes b5? I was just thinking about. You already have knight takes b5, c takes b5, and then queen c6. Attacking the rook and the bishop at the same time, and if Black is not able to protect both, then you simply win a piece. Or, well, you win a pawn at least. Hey, Martmans! I met Martmans over here. So good to see him. But yeah, knight takes b5 could be interesting to consider, which is probably why Luke is taking his time here, because you want to consider knight takes b5, of course. Alright. Let's go to board 3. Board 3, we have... Okay, the Ragozin. Knight e4, queen c2, e3, bishop d3. Alright. C takes, queen takes, bishop d2. Okay, it's quite a theoretical line. Quite a theoretical line. Bishop d2, attacking the knight, but we don't really want to take it, I think. Although this bishop is not the greatest. You probably want to lose that bishop for the knight. Probably. But it does feel like White does not have much achieved in the opening. And Black is controlling the light squares in the center. And that is going to be very important, because it's really difficult to open up the position or get some activity going for White if White cannot push e4. If White cannot start marching the pawns forward. So I really like Black's position, and I think Black has very good chances over here already. In a game between Alexander Grebuadze against Manuel Bosbo, e4 c5, knight c3, another close Sicilian, with knight g2, and of course the move h5 on move 3. Classic move. d4 takes knight f6, h3. It's funny how there are no games... wait. This is hilarious. The only game in the database, in the Masters database of this position, is between both players in question. Both players played against each other. They played the exact same opening, and they repeat the opening again. Oh, I think the door is shutting down. Oh no. Oh no. But these players played this opening already against each other, and they're repeating it again 7 years later. Wow. d4, c takes, knight f6, which is exactly how that game went as well. Now we're in more familiar territory. h3 was played as well. g6 was... I don't think it was played. Okay, so here Manuel is deviating. He played queen a5 before, but now he plays g6 instead. Mind you, I think it was Alexandre who won that game. So let's see if Manuel found some improvement. But retreating the knight to g8 is never a good sign. It's never a good sign. Giving up on that pawn on e5. So if Black takes that pawn on e5, I'm pretty sure Black is awaiting disaster, because rook e1, knight e4, and just all sorts of threats in the air does not look good at all. Knight h6, rook e1, and knight e4. So the bishop is attacking the queen, of course. You don't want to take that pawn. It feels like it's a poison pawn. You don't want to touch it whatsoever. And after knight e4, White is simply in a very attacking position. Bishop c3 can be played to protect the pawn on e5. Knight f6 ideas come to mind. Queen d2 to put pressure on the knight on h6. This looks pretty much like a cramped position for black, and I'm curious to see how Manuel will handle this position altogether. Let's go next. Whoa, I see 2 bishops on the edge of the board. There must have been something. Something must have happened here. Let's see. So this was, the queen b6 variation. Alright. Interesting. Bishop h6 was played and bishop h5, and now we're basically here. So those 2 bishops are more or less stuck, because as soon as this bishop leaves, then rook g6 picks up the bishop on h6. So the bishop on h5 is stuck as well as the bishop on h6. So that's interesting. Thanks, Smartmans. Thanks so much. Bishop e5 now on the board. Interesting position. I think I like black's chances more just because almost half the pieces of white are stuck. They're not really doing much, so that makes it really difficult for white to create any sort of play here. By the way, we already have a result here. Oh my goodness, what happened? Whoa, I think we were witnessing murder here. What happened in this game between Cobus Mates and Robin Reichard? Oh, if you see g5 on the board, you already know what happened. g5 was played, h5, h4. Oh, this is, oh my goodness. Bishop takes queen c7. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Yeah, if that doesn't deserve the prize of the round, I mean, I don't know what will. This game is crazy. Finishing so quickly and also in such style is just amazing. Just look at that. Just look at that. How easy Cobus Mates make it look like. With g5, h5, h4, h3, takes 6, bishop takes h2, queen c7. This is definitely by far the best game I have seen so far in the tournament. The best game. It's so short. It's so beautiful. It's amazing. Very well played by Cobus Mates. And that is how you guys attack. That's how attacking chess works. So I would say that Koba is going to win. Do I already call this? I guess we need to be a little careful about this, but I would like to call him already the winner of the round prize, because this game is just too pretty, and I'm curious to see if some other game can match this, but we have 9 more games going on, and I don't really think so. I don't think so. Crushing with the Dutch and Netherlands. Yes, exactly. Uh-oh, it's getting windy over here, and my door does not like wind at all. Maybe I can put something in front of it. Give me a second, guys. I need to fix this. Okay, I think we're good now. I think we're good now. So, alright. Great stuff from Kobe. Let me make a note of this before I forget about this. Alright. We still need to pick out a winner for round 5, but we'll see that afterwards. We'll check it out later. But for now, we're here in round 6. Let's see what's happening here. Okay, so this game is quite peaceful. So black seems to be up a pawn, but is that enough? Is that enough? You would say so, but it's hard to find a way to infiltrate into white's position here. White is super solid, and it's hard to find a breakthrough here. I guess the first move that comes to mind is d5, just to open it up. But it doesn't feel right, because once you play d5, the whole position falls apart, so we can't afford to play d5. Then what else have we got? Perhaps rook e8, and then d6, and then maybe e5 slowly after king f6. maybe this is the way to go to slowly make progress. And there you go, rook e8 is played. Hank plays this idea probably, and it makes perfect sense. In the meantime, Wouter Telau is facing Novak Diablo. So let's see how Wouter is doing, the young talent who has had a pretty good tournament so far. With a rook now in the 7th rank, this looks very difficult for black. The other rook, once the other rook joins, that is game over. So you don't want to allow this whatsoever. For now, Novak Diablo down on the clock, which is a good sign for Wouter. And I really like Wouter's position too. Alright. Ooh, the rook is following the other rook. Alright, let's jump to another game. Alright, what happened here after a4, knight c6, queen e3. Ooh, knight e5. That's a classic move in these kind of positions. Knight e5, especially in the Sicilians, you have this move knight e5 available oftentimes. And the reason that black doesn't take is because, of course, the black king is exposed and so many threats arise, especially if you open up the position. You don't want to open up the position. D takes c6 isn't coming, and it looks quite shaky, so you don't really want to do this. And rook c8 is played for that reason. Rook d1, knight e5, and queen d4. Here we are now attacking the knight on e5, and yeah, what to do now? What to do with black? Domas is down to 10 minutes on the clock, well, 9:53, compared to Dimitri's 14 minutes, which is quite a big difference already. Can Domas recover from this? Because he is usually very fast, but he's now taking his time, which is quite unusual for him. f6 on the board. What is white going to do now? You do not have f4 available because of bishop c5. White has to find other resources now. Not so easy. Not so easy. Black is definitely making white's life difficult. I almost want to consider just retreating the knight to e3. Just to have everything covered. Not face any rook c4. Not face any bishop c5, hitting that pawn on f2. Yeah, it's crazy stuff. Concerning position for Domas, but he still has some time to recover. He plays queen a7. I like that move a lot, of course, because attacking that bishop on b7 is always a good sign, always a good thing to do. I like the aggressiveness, because now on the next move you can play bishop e3 and you can cover the diagonal this way. Make sure that you won't lose your queen over there. What happens in the game of Luke? We missed quite a few moves over here. Remember, Laurens went for the move b5. e4 happens if your opponent... Well, usually they say if your opponent strikes in the center, you strike... no, if your opponent is playing on the side of the board, you strike in the center. And that's exactly what Luke is doing here as well. So you will see some sort of trade happen. And you can just feel already that white has a really pleasant position. There is no harmony in black's camp. And the pieces of white are working so well together. Because look at that. It's really difficult, really hard to see what black is able to play here. You can't move the rook to b8 because after takes, you simply lose the pawn on c5. And if you stay on the c file, I would be very concerned here. I think you simply lose a pawn anyway because of bishop b5, and if the rook retreats, then pawn takes c5, and the knight is pinned. So that is quite disastrous as well. Not easy at all. Not easy at all. What about board 3? This looks very drawish. This looks quite drawish. A lot of trades have occurred. Yeah, I figured that this was going to happen. A lot of trades, neither side really fighting for something. I'm interested to see if black is able to create a passed pawn on the queen side. That would be interesting. That would be interesting for sure. Let's see. In the game between Gebuadze Bosbaum, we have this position. We have a queen versus 3 minor pieces. What happened? So Bosbaum went for the bait after all. Bishop g5, knight f6, rook takes... Interesting. Wow. It's interesting to see that f takes e5 was not the move played. That's very interesting. I guess because after f takes g5, you also grab this bishop on c4 because the rook is completely hanging out. D takes c4, bishop e6, bishop takes b2. And now we are in this position. And yeah, which side would you rather pick? This is a completely insane position. I would not know which side I would prefer to play here because it feels so nice to have the queen and your opponent doesn't have the queen. But at the same time, these 3 minor pieces can be so annoying. How do you deal with that? What do you do about that? Not easy at all. I think I would rather go for the 3 minor pieces just because it feels like I'm more flexible. I have many more moves available, many more possibilities. And that queen has a lot of moves too, but it feels like it will be restricted easily for some reason. That's how it feels like. So I would rather pick the black pieces. Yeah. But let's see. Manuel has been spending quite some time, down to 7 minutes on the clock. Alexandre is down to 13 minutes. So Alexandre doing amazing on the clock. And I guess he seems pretty confident about his chances in this game because, you know, if you're playing so quickly and you kind of voluntarily go for this line where you're facing 3 minor pieces for the queen, you probably have thought about it very carefully. And I'm curious to see how this will develop for Alexandre. G3 on the board. What is going on here? Ooh. G3 does not seem... Does not seem to be fun. Does not seem to be fun at all. But I'm curious if I would consider playing g takes h4 just because the bishop on h5 is hanging now. So you will lose the bishop on f4, of course. But the bishop on h5 is also hanging. So I'm not sure if g3 is that good. I would simply take on h4. But then maybe you have bishop e2. That's the problem. Intermediate move. Intermediate moves are always so tough. So tough. Maybe you take on g3 first. You take first, f takes g3, and after g takes h4, let's say bishop e2, and then, okay, but then it doesn't make sense anymore. The bishop can go anywhere. It doesn't make sense anymore. I just thought that maybe I can have some attack going on here. Something like this, but it's too much. It's a big, it's a stretch. g3, I guess that black really needs to go back and accept the loss of the pawn. Yeah, I think that's best. What do we do? What are we going next? Let's see if we have any developments in this game. No, Dimitri has been spending his time here pretty much. Okay, queen c7. Okay, we have a few moves. This is where we left off. Knight f4. Because knight takes e6 was the threat. Queen c7, bishop e3. And now the queen retreats because after e5, what is going on after e5? What is going on after e5? I'm guessing it has to do with knight d5. e5, knight e5, e takes, knight takes, and king goes, let's say, here. Then you just play bishop f4 and you're fine. You're surviving. It feels like white is hanging on a thread, but it seems to be okay still. It seems to be fine. In the meantime, Millennium Chess Computer beat Colin Stolwijk pretty comfortably, it seems like. Seeing the speed and yeah. Oh, that seems like a very unpleasant opening. Very unpleasant start. The pawns are extremely weak. And here, Colin simply resigned. Makes sense because the king has almost nowhere to go and is getting checkmated very soon, or big material loss will follow. So that is a tough loss for Colin. Let's see if he recovers in the last round. By the way, guys, this is round 6. We have 7 rounds in total, and this is round 6. So after this round, we'll have 1 more round to go, and then we will know who is the winner of this tournament, the Fishpartners Open Tournament. This tournament is a very unique tournament, as I have already shared this with you guys. This tournament has a lot of strong grandmasters playing. We have legendary Ulf Andersson playing, we have Luc van Wedi playing, we have Jan Timman himself right here because he is preparing for the Dutch Championship. And we have a stack of books. Let me actually show you the stack of books I have over here. It's quite a lot of books, so I hope that I won't drop any of them. But this is the stack of books that we are going to give away to participants today. The participants don't know about this, unless they have watched the stream. But basically every single round we are giving away a book to one of the players. And that will be done, it will be the person that wins the book. We are going to determine that based on who played the best game of the round, who played a beautiful game, who maybe deserved better, or played really well but was not able to convert it to a full point, or survived for a very long time against a strong player. Things like this. And every single round, one person will win one of these books. And these books are all from Jan Timman, and they will be signed by the man himself. So super exciting. They're not signed just yet, so they will be signed very soon. But I'm super excited to see who the winners are going to be. Well, we know some of the winners, but I have to confirm this with the organizers if it's okay. But yeah, so far so good. And here we have another result, guys. Wouter Terlouw beats Novak Diablo. Let's see how that game finished, because it looked like white was heading for a draw, or at least both players were repeating, well, they were repeating some moves here and there, but Wouter was like, I want to win. I want to win this game. And after this, rook takes a7, he managed to get a past a pawn, and it was not stoppable anymore. And this is over. So very nice win by the young star. And let's see who he will face in the next round. Let's go back to this game. This game is very important. This game will determine if Thomas wins this game, he will be the leader by, well, he's already the leader by 1 point. But if he wins this game, he only needs to draw for the next game. And as you can see, guys, we're on 4 minutes for Thomas, with whereas Dimitri has 8 minutes left on the clock. So this is not looking good time-wise for Thomas, but we know that he's a very strong blitz player, so perhaps he will start speeding up very soon. Currently in the position, what is going on in the position? Black has a pair of bishops, but it's not fully developed just yet. Not quite. But this knight of white is moving around, and it feels like that knight is sort of lost. It's difficult to see where the knight is heading to, where it's supposed to go. Preparing this knight takes e6 idea is very tempting, but I don't think it actually does anything. I don't actually think it works. So, yeah. What does white do? It's hard to see. Hard to see what the plan is of white. Alicia, thanks for the raid. Thanks so much for the party of 185 people. Thanks so much. Welcome everyone. Hello. Hope the stream was amazing. We are here in Spakenburg in the Netherlands for a rapid chess tournament. We're doing commentary here live on site. Right next to me, pretty much right next to me, is where the tournament is held. It's a rapid chess tournament of 1 day with 7 rounds of Swiss. And the time control is 22 minutes each side. So it's super exciting chess. Right in front of me is a football field, so it's super awesome location, and it's super awesome overall. And also we have some unique elements in this tournament. Not only do we have grandmasters playing, but we also have computers playing, participating in this event that are being operated manually. So the computers are providing the moves, and there's an operator that then makes the move. And these computers have a certain amount of rating. The strongest one is from Millennium Chess. Millennium Chess is rated 2450. So, a very strong computer, but has not been doing that well, I would say. With 3.5 points now. I believe Millennium Chess won, so it will be 4.5 out of 6. So, not bad, but definitely not the strongest engine out there. Thank you for the 16 months, Yaya Kabesi. Thanks so much. Thank you. So yeah, welcome everyone. We're doing commentary on this event. It is only 2 rounds left. This is round 6, and we have one leader with 5 points out of 5, Thomas Beardson, and right behind Thomas we have 6 people with 4 points. 6 people. So he's a point ahead of everyone. And we've only 2 rounds left. Anything can still happen, but he's looking like he's in a very good position to win the tournament. But he still needs to survive this game. As you can see from the clock situation, Thomas is down to 3.5 minutes on the clock, and Dimitri has over 5.5 minutes on the clock. And his position, Thomas's position is not the greatest, I would say, because Black is so active. Black is extremely active here on the second rank. Queen takes b2 is incoming. Rook comes to d2. And where is the counterplay of white? It is really hard to see where it is. Alright. So, in the meantime, we have a result, guys. Manuel Bosboom draws Alexander Dgebuadze. Very interesting result. Remember, this was the game where Manuel had 3 minor pieces for the queen, which is completely insane. And I already felt quite uncomfortable seeing the position of white. For some reason, it doesn't feel like white can create some play here. And that's probably why we see a repetition of moves, as the queen's giving checks, and I think both players were more than happy to agree to this, especially because Manuel was down to 3 minutes, so Manuel still had to, fight for it to not flag on the clock. So let's take a look what else is going on here. Luke is still playing, but seems to be in a winning position as he is up 2 pawns and has just a better position overall, as the pawns of Black are so weak. White needs to involve the king, I think. Just move it all the way to b6 or c7 and continue from there. Oh, but as I say that, the players made their moves so quickly that they're already in this position, and now Luke is up even more pawns. 3 pawns up, and this is simply, this should simply be easily winning. So, alright. Let's take a look. Then we have on board 3. Not much has changed here. And this feels like another game that is like heading to a draw. Nothing much is happening. Nothing changed. And either it's going to be a draw or someone will lose on the clock. It's getting very tense, guys. It's getting very tense over here. What is happening here? What on earth is going on here? It was so peaceful a few moves ago. Wow, queen b2 threatening checkmate, so knight h5, defending. Knight f6, knight takes h7, bishop e3. Whoa! What is happening here? What is this? Wow. So apparently if you take, there's f takes g6, not that move. F takes g6 and it looks like a disaster. So that's why bishop e3 is played to distract the queen. But at what cost? Is it enough? Is it worth it? Very, very difficult. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at this game. Ooh, progress in the position. 2 minutes for Thomas Beertsen, 3.5 for Dimitri. Thomas plays the move e5. What is the idea behind this? Of course, he wants to open up that bishop on this diagonal. After f takes e5, you cannot really do much about that bishop on f2. But Dimitri goes for f5, making sure that the pawn structure is intact of black. And of course, white went for the move e5 because otherwise black may play e5 themselves and then this bishop is not doing great. So e5 made a lot of sense. f5 is played. Now, Thomas is down a pawn, but he has good chances to defend this, but it's not looking great, especially because he's down to 1.5 minutes on the clock. He needs to speed up. He needs to make his moves much faster. I have a feeling that there's also lag happening, guys, so maybe we're getting the moves late and slowly. Maybe we should turn on the camera to actually witness what is going on inside. Do you guys want to take a look what's happening inside? Do you guys want to take a look what's happening inside? We have a special phone cam available to take a look what is happening inside, because I think the moves are coming in super slowly and it will be difficult to commentate on that because we don't have moves coming in so quickly. Let's take a look. Leiderman blundered. Ooh, queen h4. Queen h4, the rook is under attack, the pawn is under attack. Oh. Was there... Oh. Yeah, that's rough, huh? Uh-oh. Yeah, what does the rook do now? Where does the rook go? Oh, wait, you mean even a bigger blunder? He blundered a full rook! Oh my goodness, it was not shown on the board just yet, but he blundered a full rook! No! That is a disaster. Now Thomas Beertsen is completely winning. With this win, he will almost guaranteed be the winner of the tournament. Almost guaranteed. He will just need a draw after this game. Can he manage to win this game with 1 minute left on the clock? No increment. Oh my goodness, that is a tragedy. That is a tragedy for Dimitri, who was fighting for his life and was doing so well. Wow, what a turn of events. Let's take a look at other games real quick. What's going on here? Okay, this game is still going on. With 1 minute left on the clock, it's not easy to convert this to a full point, you see? Maybe online this is easy to do, but over the board this is not easy at all. You can't just pre-move your way out of it. No. And in this position, things are getting more tense now. But I think it's... Luke is coming in with the king. You gotta be cautious. You can't just allow the king to enter on g3. In the meantime, John won his game. We will not take a look at the full game just yet. Let's just focus on board 1 for now to see what happens here. But I am expecting... Well, Thomas is down to 31 seconds, guys. 31 seconds! Ooh, this is going down the wire, guys. Will Thomas be able to convert this in 30 seconds? Online, he could do it any day, any moment. But can he do it over the board? This is getting exciting. This is getting exciting. Oh, what? Wait, what happened? What happened? Oh my god, where did the rook go? Where did the rook go, guys? What? Where did the rook go? This is insane. He took on e6 because he's trying to get a draw? What? Oh my goodness. I think Dimitri still wins the game because Thomas Beers did not have time. Board transformed. Yeah. Yeah, the moves are coming in so quickly that the board cannot keep up anymore. Reinderman went, oh my goodness, that is a tragedy for Thomas Beers. He was completely winning, but he did not have enough time to convert. Oh, what a tragedy. And this means that we will have multiple leaders. Let's move to another board. Does Luke have enough time to convert this? Wait, what is going on in this game? What is going on? Oh my goodness. I wish we could take a look inside what is happening. I wish we could take a look inside what is going on, because this is madness. This reminds me of the average Armageddon game over the board, where people start standing up when they are low on time, playing on seconds, and they have to press that clock as soon as possible, because otherwise they flag, no matter how many pieces you are up. This is drama. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, what a tragedy. Let's take a look at this one. Ooh, this is a drawn position, but I'm already sensing that a flag occurred in this game too. Let me take a look. Oh my goodness. Yep, a flag occurred here. Luc van der Hagen wins his game against Ulf Andersson and joins the leaders now, as we see Luc van Wely, Thomas Beers and Dimitri Reinderman and Luc van der Hagen are now leading with 5 points out of 6. The last round is going to be a massacre. A complete disaster for Thomas Beertsen. This is why you need to manage your time well. Did he have 1 more minute on the clock, he would have won that game easily. Probably the only way to beat Ulf in an ending true. He has been holding up so well. But the clock has been his biggest enemy. And with that being said, I think we should keep Koba as the winner of the board, not the board prize, the round prize. Let's quickly take a look back at round 5 to determine who deserves to be the winner of round 5. I'm kind of leaning towards Manuel, I'm not going to lie. Wait, what was this? What happened here? Wait, what is... Wait, what? How did White win this? How did White win this, guys? What happened here? Wait, can I... Let me check the actual results. Yeah, White actually won this? How is this possible? How is this possible? How did White win this? Black had 20 seconds. This is insane. Alright. Let's quickly scroll through the games to see what happened again in round 5. Oh yeah, this game. Oh yeah, this was madness. This was absolutely madness. Let me check this game real quick. This one was super tense, but there was no winner in this game. So that makes things a bit difficult, huh? That makes things a little bit difficult. And what about this game? This game was very long, wow. Oh. Who deserves the prize here? I think Manuel is Jan Timman also shared first. Wait, why do I not see him in the pairings? Wait, he's not visible in my list of pairings. Oh, because his board got down. Oh, because he played this computer, the 2200 computer. Wait, what? Huh? I'm so confused about the pairings. Oh, I didn't realize. Didn't realize it was playing the computer because it was all the way at the bottom. That's why I couldn't see it. Thanks for sharing. Wow, so we have 5 people in the lead. And the pairings are out. The pairings are out. Okay. Dimitri Reinderman against Luc van Wely. Luc van der Hagen against Thomas Beertsen. Jan Timman is facing Millennium Chess Computer. Oh, that is a fun matchup. And we have Henk against Alexandre Gebuadze. And Hrdya Nath against John van der Wiel. Kobus Smeets against Ulf Andersson. And the rest is most likely not competing for first place. Probably the first, the ones that are sharing the lead now are the ones competing for first place, because surely someone is going to win, right? Someone is going to win their game. But I think, let me check if I already had Manuel in my list of winners. Let's take a look, because his game was phenomenal. Oh no, he was my round 1 potential, guys! I think the difficult part of this is that a lot of the players that are on the top boards, they remain on the top boards, and we can't just kick them out or something. But he did play an amazing game, an amazing miniature, so he did a typical Manuel, you know? Because I have a hard time picking a different winner. I don't think Timon likes to play a strong computer. I don't think so either. I don't think so either. Okay, let me just make a note of this and we'll look at it later. Alright everyone, this means that we have arrived at the final round of the tournament. The final round. In this round we will see who is going to win the tournament. If we take a look at the regulations, let's take the regulations with us. Prize money will be shared according to the hoard system, which means every player receives 50% of the prize money that they deserve according to their final position in the final standings. The rest of the 50% will be shared fairly with those that have the same amount of points. Whoa! Okay, I mean, the system is amazing, but calculating this, ooh, Ooh. I mean, it's not so difficult. It's just like a lot of, okay, this and that and this and that. So that's going to be something. That's going to be something. The final round, guys. Who is going to win the tournament? Let's take a look at tie breaks. Progressive score, which is the sum of all the total scores after every round. So that basically means if you start with more wins, you will be rewarded for it. Which means that Thomas Beardson is ahead in this. He was the only one that had 5 out of 5. So if he wins his game, he should be the winner. You're rooting for Kleine Beer? Aww. He deserves it. He deserved it. He deserves to win because he was doing so well and he was winning this game as well. But time control is brutal. It is completely brutal. So looking at the regulations, I think if Thomas Beardson wins this game, he wins the tournament no matter what. But he needs to win his game, which is not an easy task. Also, it's first progressive score, then Buchholz, the sum of the scores of the opponents, then the SB score, and then drawing of lots. Oh, apparently when you play against the computer, you don't have to make a move if you touch it. Like, you don't have to use the piece that you touched. The only rule is that the only rule applies is that when you make a move and press the clock, you finish, like you complete a full move. That's when the move, like when the rule applies. Your move has been made, that's it. But if you touch a piece, you don't have to play that piece when you play against the computer, which is really interesting. Because usually that's not the case, right? So interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. Let's pull up round 7. Starting in 2 minutes. It's getting exciting. There we have the boards loaded in. This is going to be an exciting round, guys. Okay, the games are about to start, everyone. In 2 minutes, the games should start. And this is going to be the final round of this tournament. The Fishpartners Open 2024 winner will be decided after this round. So let's see what's going to happen. I'm so excited. It's crazy that we've already played 6 rounds. Time flies. Time flies when you're having fun. And it's been a long day. It's actually crazy that only 1 game is left now. Only 1 game. During the break, I had amazing kibbeling over here. It was really delicious. I still have a coupon for fries, but I don't think that there is fries left anymore. But that's okay. I'm fine having my drinks over here. And I also got some cake left, which is also great. They also have amazing cake available for all the participants. So the participants are taken care of really well. There's food available for all players. Drinks you have to pay for, but the food is available for everyone and it's amazing. I can hear the chairs move in the hall, playing hall next to me. I can hear people sitting down at the boards. We're waiting for the first moves, for the moves to start. I want to go inside again, but it's the last round. And the games have started, guys. We have d4 on the board. The first board is Dimitri Reinderman against Luc van Wely. This is going to be super tense. This game is going to be super tense because both are very strong players. And they both want to win. They both want to win their game. And we also have an exciting pairing on board 2. Luc van der Hagen against Thomas Beertsen. They both also want to win. Board 3, Henk Vedder against Alexandre Gebuadze. And all of these people want to win, guys. All of these people want to win. And there we have the moves. We see another French, another winner actually, with Queen D3, Knight C6 and Knight F3. Alright. Slightly different than usual, but this is current position. And Gebuadze plays another French. Let's see what happened here. We had D4, Knight F6, Knight F3, D5. Okay, this line. The Torah attack. Bishop F4, C5. Yeah, black has this knight on E4 early on, which can be quite annoying for white, but it's perhaps, you know, usually you don't want to move your pieces twice in the opening, and there's a reason for that. Thanks, DVL Click, for the 200 bits. Thanks so much. Thank you. Let's take a look what happened here. Ooh, the Caracan. What kind of fish doesn't have a partner? So nice, nice one. I don't know what the soul is, but I'm guessing it's a type of fish. Alright. Okay, bishop e6 on the board. Preparing. Bishop d5, probably. Or perhaps simply wanting to play g6 and bishop g7. And not touch the e-pawn. That's also possible. Let's take a look at Jan Timman's game. We see a Sicilian. Bishop b5 takes. Knight f6, queen e2, d4, knight bd2. Okay. This position is on the board. It's very tempting to play e5 soon with white. Because, you know, if you're able to, why not? Black could play e5 as well, but doesn't really feel like black should because it exposes them to moves such as f4. Let's say e5 here. Knight goes... Let's go... Well, how about takes first? Takes... Maybe we can simply put pressure on that pawn e5. I was trying to make f4 work, but I guess if you go back here, then you lose the pawn on d4, so that's not a good idea at all. So knight bd2 is on the board, and now it's black's turn. What will black decide to do here? It's common to take on d4, and then try something with d5, but now e5 is possible, and you don't have knight e4 anymore. So you'd have to retreat. But this is still possible to play. You just try to prepare to move f6, or you simply try to attack that pawn d4 because that is the core of the small pawn chain we have going on in the center. G6 on the board. Currently, this is looking good. Oh, let me do this real quick. Hello, David. Are you the sole person kept captured in this location? I am in Spakenburg. It's a small town over here, but it's very much alive here as we are at a sports complex over here. We are right in front of a football field. It is amazing. For those who have missed it, I showed you guys around earlier in the stream, so if you want to check out what it's like here and what the environment is like, what it's like inside when the players are in the middle of their games, you can check out the VOD. I don't remember the timestamp. I have no idea what the timestamp is, but I think you'll find it. It was a few minutes at least, so. But amazing environment, amazing scene. Very sunny today, and yeah, it's super bright, super bright. Are they playing on a skating rink? No, unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. And in this tournament, as mentioned before, we have very strong grandmasters playing, but also very strong computers. We have computers playing in a tournament. Have you ever heard of this before? I haven't. I mean, I have heard it before because I played in this specific tournament, but in other tournaments, I've never seen this. So this is crazy. It is crazy to see computers being used in a tournament on purpose, you know, like not in regards to cheating, but actually computers being part of the participants, basically, in a way. So the strongest computer this time is rated 2450 approximately, but they definitely used to have stronger computers that were rated 3000, so it's less challenging for the players, but I guess in a way that's good because having the computer win the tournament does not really feel good, right? I mean, they don't regard that computer for the prizes, but still, it doesn't feel right. In the 80s, computers commonly played in tournaments. Oh, really? I didn't know about this. Thanks for sharing. That's amazing. I didn't know about this. Wow. Maybe this is why I got inspired here. Are security checks different because of that? Usually in these kind of tournaments, there are no security checks. It's a rapid tournament. It's very casual. Yes, there are prizes involved, but it's very casual. And yeah, it's mostly to have a good time. So... yeah, so as you guys saw when I was showing you guys around, the boards were the electronic boards, the engine boards were right there. It was so epic. Oops. Oops. Alright, let's take a look at a different game. Okay. I really like the setup that white is going for here with the bishop pair, putting the bishop on b2. This bishop could go to d3 and then slide back to c2. d4 could be played at the right time. And then short castle. So, I really like white's position. Oh. If Thomas loses this game, that would be a big disaster. That would be a big disaster. Let's see what he manages to do here. But he's already down on the clock by 2 minutes. So early on is not looking good. What is going on in this game? Whoa. Knight b5 takes, knight b4. Allowing knight takes c2. Look at that. Oh, wow. Hank is going for it. Look at that. Hank is on 4.5 points as well as his opponent. But what is this? So let's say knight takes c2 check. King d1 obviously. Knight takes a1. Queen takes g7. Oh wait, there's knight takes c7. Pardon me. There's knight takes c7 actually. King f8. Knight takes a8. Yeah, what do you make of this? What is going on here? I guess white should be better because this knight on a1 is actually trapped and this knight is not really trapped. You see? You can always retreat. And if anything, you also have queen c7, so This is why short castle was played. Black did not capture that poison pawn. Thanks, Yunso, for 10 bits. Nice and simple. Absolutely. Last round. Last round of the tournament. So exciting. It's getting so exciting. Black is putting pressure here. Jan Timman is facing the strongest computer in the tournament in the last round. This is madness. This is absolute madness. C4 is on the board. And what do you do here with white? I guess developing the bishop is not a bad idea, but what's next? We did not have any special guests, sadly. Unfortunately, we haven't had one so far, but we have been well, not really just yet, but for every single round, we are awarding one player with a prize, and that prize is a signed chess book by the legend himself, Jan Timman. So I have a list, but it's a bit difficult to choose different players on the top boards because we have 10 live boards, and every single time the same players are on the live boards. So there's not like a big pool of players that we're choosing from, and every single time there's like the same player winning. So, you know, that's why it's a little bit difficult to pick winners, but I will discuss with the organizers. I don't want to like finalize anything, but I would say that one game like stood out for sure. One game stood out that definitely deserved a prize. Fish prize. We have free fish over here, so we don't need the prize being a fish if we get free fish inside. Board 8 has some new players. True. Well, Laurens has been playing a few times on the live board, but Sven Winter is new. That is true. That is true. See what happened in this game. A Caracan, okay. Okay, this almost looks like the French, but without the bishops. Without light squared bishop. Ah, 30 is... Ah, I see. Okay. I honestly have to say that I like white's position. This pawn at e6 is a massive weakness, and I think it will hurt black quite a bit in the long run to deal with this pawn. It's very, very difficult to defend that pawn. You need the light squared bishop for this reason. You need it. But okay, maybe black gets to play e5, then it should be fine. But for now, I'm a little bit slightly concerned. Let's go back, guys. Let's go back to board 1. Dimitri against Luke. Who is going to win this game? If the game ends in a draw, both players will most likely not be competing for first place anymore. So what is going to happen now? h6 on the board. Is black preparing the move g5? Will we see a massive pawn push on the king side by Luke? I would not be surprised because he wants to win. He wants to win this game and he wants to do it now. a6 is on the board. Seems to be trying to prevent bishop b5 because you don't want to play b5 yourself just yet. You need to make sure that the pawn a6 is defended. Difficult to see what yeah, I would prefer to play g5 than b5. Yes. Unless he doesn't play g5. That would be disappointing. That would be disappointing. Let's take a look at the other games. What happened here? Oh. Sacrificing the pawn voluntarily. Wow. Okay. Bishop d3. Oh, those bishops are sniping across those diagonals. Attacking that pawn on h7. What do you do about that? You almost want to play rook g6 just so that you get rid of one of the bishops. That after, let's say, rook takes, rook g6, bishop takes, pawn takes, that you're at least getting rid of that. But that's not going to cut it. But what else do you have? Because bishop takes h7 is incoming. If not bishop takes, then it will just be bishop h7, and this rook has almost no squares available. So, quite risky. Quite risky. Okay, bishop d3 is the last move. Alright. So, of course, you want to take on b3, but bishop takes h7 is a serious concern for black. What to do about this? You don't want to play f5. Ugh, not in a million years do you want to touch that f-pawn. Unless... You can try to do this, but... f5, queen h5, king d8. Oh, you can take here. It's not the end of... Okay, I think you're not losing the piece just yet. You're not losing the rook, but... It doesn't feel right. Something's wrong. So long castle was played instead. I guess with the same idea that you just like give up on the pawns and try to find counterplay. So let's see if that works out for Thomas. Let's see if it works out. I have my doubts. And Luke is also ahead on the clock here, so... He seems confident. He seems quite confident. How's Jan Timman doing on the board against the computer? What a sight to have Jan Timman play a computer in this tournament. What a sight. Rook f5 on the board now. Attacking the queen. Where does the queen go? Queen g4? That would make a lot of sense. How old is Millennium Chess? Ooh. I think there is some history told about the boards. Let me take a look at that. Let me take a look. So the Millennium Chess, the King Element. Okay, it doesn't mention too much about the history of it. Okay, apparently this computer is terrible at endgames. Opening preparation is amazing, but endgames is a complete disaster. So, I'm curious to see that in action, actually. I didn't notice the endgames too much, but that would be crazy. Also, Jan is playing knight takes c5, guys. Knight takes c5. Attacking the queen, so rook takes f3 does not make much sense. But this does feel like... It feels like he is allowing his opponent to have the strong knight on d5 against this strange bishop on g5. I'm not sure where this bishop is heading to. This bishop doesn't look great at all. Maybe it's human after all. Yes. Yeah. By the way, I'm in too high of a chair to sit comfortably. Like my laptop is very low. Maybe I should put some books underneath. But it's okay. It's the last round anyway. The last round of the day. So go back to the top boards. And there you go. Luke goes for g5 and f5. And he is going for it. The pawn march is strong. Can he capitalize on this? Can he proceed his attack on the king side? Or will it die out very soon? We'll find out very soon, hopefully. Meanwhile, Thomas sacrificed a pawn on h7 and is now down 2 pawns. Ooh, that is a lot. Yeah, this is absolutely insane. Bishop c5 on the board now. Nicola, thanks for 1,000 bits. Thanks so much. Thank you. Thanks so much. Hope you're doing well, Nicola. Bishop c5 on the board. What is the idea? I guess it's simple. You just want to stop d4, really. But the question is, how do you find counterplay here? The white bishops, the bishop pair is so strong. It's so strong and very difficult to counter. After b4, what does black have in mind? Is there some sort of bishop d4 move? But after c5, it doesn't feel right at all. It doesn't feel right. Ay, ay, ay. Bishop e7 back. I guess he baited the move b4, but at what cost? Doesn't feel like it was worth it. What is happening in this game? Material is even, but it's obvious that Alexandre is fighting on the queen side. That king is weak and needs to be taken care of. But how? If you push a3 on the next move, white will just play b3. And goodbye to your attack forever. So what do you do instead? b5? b4? Maybe? Maybe? Queen d7. I like white's chances here. I feel like white has bigger chance to attack than black, but maybe black needs to involve that knight, and then things could get interesting. Once that knight is involved in the game, in the attack, then it might get very, very spicy. Let's go back to board one. What happened here? Oh, f4 takes. Yeah, this is already problematic, I would say, because that pawn e3 is a permanent weakness. That pawn is all alone, abandoned. Nobody is defending this poor pawn. The f-file has been opened and white's pieces are as passive as they can possibly be. This is not looking good for Dimitri. And we'll have to see if he manages to survive this, but I don't have high hopes for him. What is funny though is that Luke is the one down on the clock. He's down to 10 minutes, whereas Dimitri is down to 12 minutes. So that's quite a big difference. That is quite a big difference, especially in this time control. Let's go back to Jan Timman's game. Let's take a look. Yeah, here it becomes evident how bad that bishop is on c1. It just doesn't have any good square in the position. Not a single square is good over there. Not a single square. And it's really difficult to play like this. It's really difficult to make the best out of this. Because even if you could pick any square on the board where the bishop should be on, you can't. You can't pick a square. How is the score like? We have 5 players tied for first. We had a massive time scramble in round 6 between Thomas Beertsen and Dimitri Reinerman. Dimitri blundered a rook while he was ahead on the clock, so that was not quite the problem. But Thomas was up a full rook, did not have enough time to convert the game, and had to lose because he lost on time. So now we have 5 players leading the tournament, and this is the last round. So this round is going to be a massacre, a bloodbath. It's going to be crazy. Yes, no increment is really rough. Really rough. But I secretly like it. Imagine you're completely lost and you just keep playing because you can You have the potential to win the game. Isn't that crazy? Oh no, I managed to make my pens get dirty. Oh no. Oh, it's luckily I can... Okay. I don't know how I managed to do that, but for some reason, it's possible. Okay, anyway. Let's sit down like this for the time being. 95 on the board. What is going on? What is going on here? Queen takes e1. Okay, so they traded a pair of rooks. Queen c7 check is a threat. So it makes sense to go back with the queen over here. That will make a lot of sense. Queen e works too, but I don't know if white wants to force a queen trade. I'm not entirely sure. Let's go back to the other games. What's going on here? What did we miss? Oh! White sacrificed the exchange. Is that enough or is it too much? These are the kind of decisions grandmasters make, but this time it's unclear. Is it enough? Is it worth it? I would say it wasn't worth it, but what else did you have? What else? Position was simply falling apart, and the reason why I don't like the sacrifice is because it doesn't seem to be helping much. Sacrifices should be helpful, but I don't see the need for it. I don't see why it was so good, you know? So, yeah. Bishop g3 played. Of course, creating some luft in case you need it with king h2. I don't know of this information, Matthew. I don't know when I'm home, so I don't know. I will see when I feel like going to TwitchCon. I don't know. Okay. Then we go to board 2. Luke van der Hagen against Thomas Beertsen. Queen f4 now on the board. Luke has gazillion amount of pawns, but is that enough? Do we have enough pawns over here? Is it enough to win? Because they're all in front of the king, basically. So I can see black having some, surviving chances, but Thomas wants to win. Thomas wants to win for sure. So how? How to make that happen? It's very much impossible. Luke is playing fantastic chess so far. So let's see how if he manages to convert this. Take a look at this one. Oh, Millennium sacked a pawn. Well, Millennium is still up a pawn, funnily enough. But this is not looking good for Jan Timman. This is not looking good at all, guys. Ouch. This is not looking good. Those pawns on queen side are so strong. Really difficult to deal with that. So let's take a look at the scores of the computers. So Millennium has 4.5 points out of 6. Novak Diablo is on 2.5. Cytec Renaissance Spark is on 4. And CXG Sphinx 40 is on 2. It makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. Already some games have finished, by the way, but they're not live, so we don't know what happened there. Yes, they're actually playing computers. Earlier in the stream, I showed you guys around. I showed the chat around what is going on, what is happening. So, yeah, if you guys want to take a look at what's going on inside, feel free to search back in the VOD because it is super awesome to be able to see, you know, computers being used in, well, computers used for good purposes in a tournament. So the computers are not competing for prizes. So if the computer wins the tournament, the computer is disregarded from, like, you know, the prize ranking, and the winner will be the one that's number 2. Anyway, guys, Millennium Chess seems to be doing amazing. I would I give Millennium Chess a lot of faith, but at the same time we're approaching endgame territory, and we know what the description said. Endgames are not the best of this computer, so we'll have to see. We'll have to see how things will progress from here. Going on here, queen g6, b4, and h5. Luke is going all in. You see, Luke is going for the attack. His next move, h4, then g4, and so on, is going to be insane. So these computers, they have like some engine board. So I don't really know how it works, but you see like this engine, and I don't know. They have like a separate board basically, where they are like analyze, they like take the position, I guess, in the system based on where you put your pieces, and then you put the moves manually on the board and so on. Yep, everyone is trying to win here, and especially if it comes down to seconds. Oh, I wish we could like watch that, we could follow along what's going on. Okay, so in this game, Thomas is still down 2 pawns. Almost no counterplay. This is looking amazing for Luke van der Hagen. b6, okay. Yeah, this is rough. This is rough for Thomas. Oh, queen d2, okay. This knight on b4 is very unpleasant to deal with. Very, very, very unpleasant. Right. Yeah, I could not really tell what it was like from a distance, but it looked super epic. Hirdia is down to 2 minutes. Oh no, you gotta play fast. You have no time to lose. No TwitchCon today, no. We have other plans. Okay, rook takes plate. Hirdia is doing an amazing job at holding on, but the clock situation is going to hurt so much. That is going to hurt quite a bit. Alright, let's continue. Luke is getting a nice advantage. He is taking over as he is attacking over here on the king side. How far will he go? Will he go g4 immediately? Let the knight hang there? Or will he protect the knight? Take it easy with rook e8, and then maybe g4, and then take it easy. I think g4 right away is not worth it. Probably not. You probably have enough time to defend because queen takes d5. I don't think we should be afraid of queen takes d5. I don't think so. I think after that g4 is going to be crazy. But 3 minutes on the clock for Luke, guys. 3 minutes on the clock. All games on the live boards are still ongoing, and we have approached the stage where players are down to 5, 4, 3 minutes. Also 2 minutes I've seen. Someone's on 1/2 minute on the clock, guys. Oh my goodness, what is happening here? What happened? Knight takes f5. Oh my god. This is a Manuel Bosboom classic. This is signature Manuel Bosboom. This is him at his best. This is him at his best, and this is almost resignable. This is checkmate is pretty much unstoppable. The rook is hanging on e3 as well. This is a disaster. Queen e6 was played. Rook d1. Now g4. g4. Okay, rook f2 I like as well. Wait. Queen takes h3. Oh my goodness. Queen takes h3 is a move. But what happens after king g1? Is this winning? Is this winning or not quite? Because queen g3 is possible. I think that has to be winning, no? That has to be winning. Oh my goodness. Queen takes h3 is a move. It's legal. It's not losing material. But is it good enough? It has to be. But the problem is queen takes, king g1, queen g3, queen takes, let's say king goes here, there's bishop d6, which is very annoying to deal with. Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Yeah, I'm not sure how to handle this. Yeah, not easy, and that's why he goes for g4 instead. Bummer, but maybe this works out better because by prolonging, by keeping the threat alive, so he's preparing to move g3. And after that, then it becomes very interesting to take on h3. So that's actually really clever. That is really clever, but maybe, is there bishop takes g4 now? Or does it not really matter? Do you guys hear the cheering in the background? Yeah, bishop f3. Yeah, it didn't. Something felt wrong there. Something felt really wrong. In the meantime, guys, we have 2 results already. Manuel Bosboom wins against William van der Groep. John van der Wiel wins against Hrdja Dinanath because the knight got pinned, and after defending it, the knight will be traded off, and then we'll have this pass pawn running for its life. Jan Timman drew against Millennium Chess Computer, guys, which is an epic result, but not for Jan Timman because that means he is out of the competition. We will most likely see a winner on the first 2 boards. So with this result, Jan Timman is not making it to the top. He may still win the prize, but he's not going to be one of the winners of the tournament. So he makes a draw against the computer. What is going on in the other games? Knight c4, bishop takes. Oh, goodness. Uh-oh. Oh, wait, what? Wait, what happened? Oh, goodness. Okay. A lot of material got exchanged there, but this means that there's a rook and knight versus queen. Is this winning or is this another fortress that we saw earlier today? They're playing football in the football field in front of me. It's very distracting. It's looking like this will be a clock battle indeed. I do know that Luke is very fast. It's very strong with the clock. Oh, whoa, that escalated quickly. Oh, Lord. Oh, no, you can't move the king to a1 because of knight c2 check. So you go to c1 and then face a3 and then disaster because knight takes f5 is met with checkmate. Oh my goodness. So this is also won by Alexander Tgebuadze. He is now on 5.5 out of 7. Let's see other games. What is going on in this game? This game is going to be insane. Thomas Pearson down to 1.5 minutes on the clock. His opponent on 3 minutes. This should be winning for White. Can White convert this game to a full point and be one of the winners in the tournament? Take a look at this game. White is trying to build a fortress, but it doesn't seem enough. Let's see what happens next. The dark squared bishop is actually super strong, making Black's life so difficult. They're of course making moves super fast, and the moves are only coming in now. So let's take a look what's happening. Do you guys want to take a look what's happening inside? Or do we simply follow the moves only and see what happens? Because we can't really follow along properly when the moves are coming in super late. Inside, yes, yes. Both seems fun. How about I adjust my camera and I will put this cam I do remember the top boards were super close to the should we give it a try? But what if it's distracting? We don't want to be distracting. Difficult decisions. Should have asked this beforehand. Can I join whenever? Can I drop in with my phone whenever? Also, this is possibly the best light I've ever had in my life on camera, on stream. I think it's going to be distracting regardless. Okay, it's speeding up quite crazy now. Look at that. It's speeding up like crazy. What is going on? This should be completing winning, right? Once this bishop leaves the diagonal, there's queen f4 check. This pawn is moving forward. This should be completely winning for black. What's going on in the game of Thomas Beerton? Whoa! Wait. It's going down the wire. Thomas Beerton down to 24 seconds on the clock, but he has no queen. This pawn is far from promoting. It seems like Luc van der Hagen is going to win this game. This is insane. Insane stuff is happening in the final seconds of these games. The final seconds of the last round. Who is going to win the tournament? We don't know yet. Even though we will have 2 decisive results, we don't know who's going to be the winner. Oh my goodness. Time is ticking. Time is ticking. Oof. Brutal. This is going to be checkmate soon. Wait! Oh my goodness! Guys! Board 1 is a draw! And Luc van der Hagen wins his game. And this means that Luc van der Hagen is the winner of Fishpartners Open. Oh my goodness, what an epic final. Who would have thought? None of the Grandmasters win the tournament. None of the Grandmasters win the tournament. FIDE Master Luc van der Hagen What a run he had. What a run he had. He beat Manuel Bosboom. He beat Ulf Andersson. And now he has beaten Thomas Beardson. What a run he had. This is insane. Congratulations to Luc van der Hagen. I mean, I'm already cheering. I think I know that he has won the tournament. I think I can safely say this because he's the only one with 6 points. But this is completely insane. Congratulations to Luc. Wow. Not Luc van Mely, but Luc van der Hagen instead. Wow. Incredible performance. I believe, let me check. I believe it's a youngster. Yes, it's a youngster. Born 2006, everybody. Born 2006, wins the tournament. Half a point ahead of the rest. Yes, there's people at the football field cheering. 18? Oh my goodness. Still counts as kid. Wow, what an incredible performance. What a performance by Luc. Wow. I am impressed. Timon lost? Oh, it says it's a draw. I guess it's a DGT error. Thanks for sharing. Oh yeah, I see the result, yeah. So we cannot rely on the results over here. Uh-oh. They put the kings wrong. Ay, ay, ay. But yeah, it does look like it's completely losing indeed. The position, that is. I'm just refreshing the page real quick so that we have the results confirmed. It will be based on tiebreaks now. No, there's no tiebreaks. What am I saying? Well, it will be based on tiebreaks who will be second, third, fourth, blah, blah, blah. See you, Jim Silver. Hope you had a good time. Okay, we're waiting for the results to be updated. Alright, I'm going to take a look inside real quick what's going on there. I'll be right back with you guys. I'll see you guys in a bit. Let's take a look what's happening inside. Hello! I'm back! I'm back! It's time, everybody! We are going to finish off the broadcast of the Fishpartners Open. The prize ceremony, the closing ceremony will happen very soon. I keep thinking my camera is there, but it's there. We will have the closing ceremony very soon. And once again, Luc van der Hagen is the winner of Fishpartners Open 2024. Extremely deserved. He played amazing chess and he put up such a good fight against the top players. So really deserved. And what is going on inside? I actually didn't go inside. I met one of the organizers outside. We had a chat about, what to do. We'll probably divide the books randomly. But we'll have to see. We have to discuss what we're doing with the books exactly. So anyway, for now, I am going to head off, guys. Thanks so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed the commentary. I hope you enjoyed the tournament. This tournament is amazing. And if you are interested yourself in participating in this tournament where there are computers involved and it's different than normal tournaments, make sure to be there as soon as the tournament is announced, because this tournament gets full really quickly. So I highly recommend this tournament. It's super fun, super casual. Especially if you love fish, you have to be here. The kibbeling is amazing. There's also herring that is less loved by the audience, I've noticed, by the players. So yeah, it was amazing. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Thanks so much for all the love and support. I hope you guys had a good time. I had a wonderful time. This was amazing. I actually feel like I'm like in a proper commentary booth here. It's really awesome. But anyways, guys, once again, congratulations to Luc van der Hagen, amazing, talented player, winning Fishpartners Open 2024. I hope to see you guys next year, whether I'll be playing or commentating or whatever. I would love to be back next year for this at this tournament, because it's just an awesome tournament altogether. So thanks so much for watching, guys. Have a great day wherever you are, and hope to see you in next edition of the Fishpartners Open 2024. Shout out to all the organizers that made this tournament happen, to all the players that played in this tournament. We had 70 participants in this tournament, and congrats to all the prize winners. We can rate whoever is live. I actually don't know if we have a mod in chat, but I'll check it out. I'll check it out. And stick around for the raid, and we'll raid someone awesome. Thanks for watching, guys, and see you in the next stream. Bye bye.